he is going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance.
She's going to be facing the finish line of the Trans-Gran Canaria Classic.
I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion. I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
Every time he's going to lap now.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
And we are back. We are here. We are here at the Gardens Tech Rugby Club at the UTCT RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town 2025. We are waiting for the 100 milers to get going, and we're very excited. We can see them start filtering into this finish area here as we watch the rest of the PT 55 athletes coming through this finish line as well. So great to see that they're also going to get a little bit of that finish line vibe with a couple more people here at the Gardens Rugby Club. So great to see them here. I am with Luke. It's just you and I this afternoon.
Hi guys, yeah.
We have let Martin go and have a little snooze because I think it's the middle of the morning there. So it's just going to be us four this evening as we take you through the start of the 100-mile race, and up until it gets dark. We're going to be with you until we can't see any more images. So it's going to be a vibe. Keep with us, stay with us, and let's get these guys off onto the mountain.
Yeah, great to be back, guys. So join us in the chat, join us in the feed, put your feet up, get a beer, and tune in for the next few hours. We've already had a very, very exciting morning with 2 epic races at the front of the men's and women's race in the Peninsula Traverse 55. If you weren't able to follow any of that this morning and you were at work, shock horror. And here's a highlights package of what went down. So starting in Llandudno at 0700 Friday morning, these were the scenes that the runners were gathering at the start line in Llandudno before they set off to tackle a super tough route in a howling gale in Cape Town's finest trails all around the west and east side of Table Mountain.
We started with a pretty big pack of men here in the beginning of the race, about 5 of them all together until just after Hout Bay, where they started separating a little bit. And even in the women's race, up until Hout Bay, they were all really close together, maybe 2 minutes separating Bianca, who was leading the race early on, from the back 4 athletes. But lots of excitement in both of these races. No one was sure what was going to happen. Every time they came into an aid station, there was someone else in the lead and someone else chasing, so it was an incredibly exciting race. Lots and lots going on.
Yeah, as you can see, there was a pack of 4 men up front, really tight until basically halfway, and that finally only broke up as they crested over Flackenberg and dropped down into the Constantia Winelands, and then it was down to 2, as you can see on the screen, Robbie Simpson and Johannes from Germany. And in the women's race at this point, Bianca Tarberton, who'd been an out front leader for the first half, was overtaken by Rama Maya, and she held the lead for a while, but not even as far as Newlands when she was overtaken by Rebecca Corner, who eventually pipped everyone and fought off Olivia Dubern. And yeah, so very exciting scenes as we came around through Newlands Forest, which you're seeing now. The new RMB aid station down in the Newlands picnic site, back out into the blistering heat.
With our surprise of the day, I think he was the surprise of the day for sure, Johannes from Germany, absolutely surprising everyone here and having an incredible race, sticking with those front guys from the start and then pulling away towards the end here and absolutely crushing it. He was so surprised.
Himself.
He was so surprised. He said he had booked his flight home tomorrow because he didn't think he'd be on the podium.
What?
So an absolutely incredible run here from this young athlete. Very exciting to see such, both of our winners today actually being in their early 20s. Yeah. So very exciting to see where the sport is going and what the future holds.
Yeah, and he managed to dethrone the 3-time champion here, Robbie Simpson, so a big upset. Robbie still ran an incredible race, but he got pipped by a few minutes. And another rising star we're seeing here coming charging into the field at the finish line. Also had a little bit of disbelief. Chuck Hammy, as he's become known, Charlie Hamilton from Australia, great performance from him. So it is a lot of fireworks, very exciting to follow on this morning. And we're hoping for lots more of that in the next 24 hours from the 100 milers and the 100k runners.
Here we have Rebecca just coming down this final stretch and Olivia chasing hard with Ramaya Buddha rounding out that top 3. What an amazing race these 3 women had, all of them running quite conservatively in the beginning and then really falling in and finding their groove later on in the race, which with the conditions they were thrown today was an incredibly smart tactic. Going out hard today clearly didn't work well for too many people, so these women really played their cards right and finished really strong.
Yeah, amazing, and all within 2 minutes of each other, 1, 2 and 3, so within 5 minutes we had a podium after 55 k's and 6 hours of running. That's just it was very exciting.
Gotta love a little champagne shower at the end. What a day it has been already, and what a great visual we have here with the tablecloth just coming over Table Mountain there.
Yeah.
These 100-mile athletes are in for quite the treat on top of the mountain this evening.
Yeah, so 19 minutes to go, and they will be looking up at that tablecloth, wondering how they're going to deal with what's going on up there. We know it's been windy all day, and it's still pumping out there. I've just been for a run around Lion's Head with Madge, who's our man on the ground, and we're going to hear from him at Kloofneck shortly. And believe it or not, it was wind still and absolutely piping hot. So classic Cape Town stuff. It's microclimates everywhere. So Lion's Head is very calm and hot. Hopefully that'll be dissipating a little bit as the day progresses into the sunset. But there's definitely going to be a lot of wind in these 100-mile future over the next 24 hours, especially down south once they start crossing the mountain towards Llandudno, Cork Bay, Simonstown, Scarborough. It's going to be brutal. So
yeah. And maybe we can just have a look at some of our top athletes going into this 100-miler today. So we've got Corey Waltering. I'm going to say Waltering because I think he's from the US. A very decorated athlete, ran a lot in Hong Kong. He's got some great results at Western States, Grindstone Trail Running in Tarawera. Avery Collins, also from the States, 9th at Gorge Waterfalls 100K this year, 5th at Run Rabbit Run, which is an incredibly high altitude race, so he is no stranger to tough conditions, and 15th at the Hurt 100 in 2025. Coming a little closer to home, we've got Adi Muzo Pambwa. Adi was second at the Mutt by UTMB 2025, the miler. He was first at Ultra-trail Drakensberg in 2025, the miler, and second at Mauritius by UTMB, the 100K there. We've got Inele Bunce, we've got Douglas Pickard, we've got Chris Ngaka, Kennedy Sekute, Gabriel Creel, just so many incredible runners. Looking a little bit further away from home, we've got Simon Hilma Vastelund. He's a Asics runner from Sweden. We've got Adrian MacDonald. Let's see, who have I not mentioned here? Pierre Jordan. Jock Green, Avery Collins. So yeah, we've got an incredible group of men running today. And moving on to the women, we've got 3 stars from South Africa. We've got Kerry-Ann Marshall, who is no stranger to this 100-miler. Yeah. We've got Nicolette Perfion, again, no stranger to this 100-miler. Both of those women having duked it out for one of those podium positions for the past couple years. Yeah. As well as Naomi Brandt, who has also been up there fighting for that top position. So really great to see those 3 women coming back, and I think all of them have had their issues and struggles leading up to the race. Yeah. But we're hoping that things turn around and they have a really great day out there.
Absolutely.
Another local athlete to look out for is Sveta. She is an incredibly strong athlete. She's managed to pull off some great results overseas this year. I think she was 4th at a race in Mexico. And then looking a little further abroad, we've got Corinne Malcolm from the US. So she is here to take on the 100-miler. She was here for the 100-kilometer last year and commentating the year before. So she's done it all here. Now she's excited to be here to take on this 100 miles. So very, very exciting lineup of women taking on this 100 miles here today as well.
Wow, yeah, a lot of top athletes in the mix. It's going to be, but I do have to say it's going to be super tough for anyone to break through those top 3 locals who have dominated all the podium positions in the 100-miler for the last 3 years. A wealth of experience and local knowledge between them. I mean, yeah, so that's going to be fascinating to see how the internationals fit into that mix and take them on. Yeah. We can't wait to see how that all pans out.
Yeah. Oh, someone that I've forgotten to mention who should not be forgotten is Alexei Tolstenko. He has been here for a couple years as well. I think last year taking the win. Yeah. So again, he's got the knowledge of the course. He knows what he's doing. So back for that second win this year.
I think he's won it twice. So he is
So he's coming back for that hat
Correct me if
trick.
I'm wrong, but I think he's coming back with a hat trick, and he's had phenomenal results here. Two wins, and he's run from the front both times, which I think the first time had people a bit in disbelief, and then he just held on and absolutely bombed it. So he knows what's up. So he'll be a force for sure. So great, thanks Tony, great exciting field list happening. 15 minutes counting down, so everyone will be gathering in the starting pen. We can hear the excitement building outside as they start announcing everyone who is in that mix.
Great to see. We've got some comments in the chat already. Kaori Niwa from Japan is being cheered on, which is great. So if you're on the field and you're supporting an athlete, give us a name, give us someone we can give a shout out to.
Yeah.
Let's share some love to all of your family members and friends. Once again, I'm just amazed at how many, and maybe I should stop being amazed by this actually, as how many international athletes are coming down here at the end of the year to come and experience our trails, knowing how hard they are. But I think the beauty and the diversity and just this community is too hard a draw to resist.
Yeah. Now, there's a reason why Cape Town is listed in all the top 10 cities to visit in the world, from a tourism perspective, but also from a running perspective. So it's an absolute must to come and run here. And so it is actually no surprise, and it's freaking awesome to see this gathering of top level and amateur athletes from all around the world who are in the mix.
So we are here at the finish line with the tablecloth coming over Table Mountain. It looks like we've got some spectators in the fields here.
I did see that. So I saw quite a few people streaming in. So I hope that means they have opened it up for supporters. We'll keep you posted on that. We're not sure if it's official, but it does seem to be like they've let some people in for the start of the 100 miler at least, which is going to be awesome.
Yeah. We don't all come streaming to the finish line yet until there's been an official announcement, but we are hoping that with some of the structures down, we are cleared to come and stand in the sun and support our athletes. I think we're all very excited about that possibility, and it's great to see some people out there who are getting ready to cheer on these 100-mile athletes as they head out on their epic adventure.
Yeah.
Let's get this party. Come on. Come on. People start running. Let's get this party.
Okay, everybody's woken up from their nap, or they've just come home from work, hopefully a little bit early, beat the rush hour. We're really looking forward to connecting with all of you who've done that. You're back in front of your live stream on your computer or in front of your TV. So turn it on, get the YouTube link, and come and tune into what's going to be a fabulous event.
My favorite way to experience a live feed is either on a saddle of a bicycle, pedaling away on the indoor trainer, or on the treadmill. It's a great way to pass some time.
Okay.
So if you're trying to get in a run, but you also really want to watch the live feed, which I wouldn't blame you. You know, who wouldn't want to look at our faces while we wait for the race to start? Definitely hop on a bike. It's a great way to pass some time.
That's a great idea. So if you're in Switzerland or anywhere in Europe or in the Northern Hemisphere where it is absolutely snowing and you cannot go outside, great idea, Tony. Get on your indoor trainer and switch on, lock it in. Let's go.
Let's go.
We're seeing a few people who are putting their hand up. Richard Matheson saying he's doing the 35 on Sunday. Totally pumped. So this will get you fired up, Richard. Good luck with that. It is damn hard. I've done it. 1,950 meters of climbing in 35 Ks. You got this. And I think Peter Brach, who's been on the webcast this morning a lot, he is doing it too. So you'll get to know all about Platteklip, Nursery Ravine, and all of those wonderful hills and the Blockhouse Climb. Someone shouting out for Matt Trichart, who's running the miler. Some listeners tuning in from Mauritius, bigging up Zach, who's in the miler. We'll look out for him for sure. Sean Kelly, shouting out from his possible relative Cameron Kelly. And people tuning in from KZN. So bring it on, guys. Send in your comments. We are ready for you.
Hopefully we will get an overview of this race course so that we can take you all through what everyone is in for tonight. But while we wait for some visuals on that, we can maybe just chat about what they're in for this first 20 Ks of the race. So we're starting here at the Gardens Take Rugby Club on the side of the beautiful Table Mountain. And then we kind of skirt the edge of the city, running past the reservoir on the lower trails of Table Mountain to get to Kloofnek, where we start around Lions Head.
Before you go any further, just remember that most of those first kilometre or two are directly uphill. So it's quite a rough start. It'll definitely make people think, do I go hard here or just chill out and just jog this and keep it real because I've got a long road to go? And then they hit Kloofnek. So yeah, some streets and a bit of climbing to reach Kloofnek. It's actually quite real.
Oh yeah, and I mean, don't get fooled by the slightly more easy trails of the Lions Head loop, but and the Signal Hill loop, but they can be pretty tough. And the cutoff time to get to that first aid station at Kloofnek at 16 kilometers is pretty quick. So you can't take your time on that section there. You really have to be moving pretty efficiently, because we want people to get onto the mountain before it gets too dark. So by 8 o'clock we should have most of our runners through that aid station, or 8:30 we should have most of our 100-mile athletes through that aid station, heading up towards the infamous Platteklip Gorge.
Okay, but hang on, let's just rewind. So you've just got onto Kloofnek. You have to climb up the steepest little bit of tar to get on, access the Lions Head path. It's super steep. It's like a gradient of 11%. It's killer. Okay, this is all in the first 2 Ks. Then you've got to get on that Jeep track, which is also very steep. 800 meters of steep going all the way up and around Lions Head. Yeah, and like you say, super technical. There's lots of rocky bits along Signal Hill spine.
And that's what we normally call the easy running.
Yeah. And then they've also got to deal with Pat's track around the front. So coming back up to the Glen and Kloofnek. So that's all in the first 15 Ks.
Yeah.
And then you climb.
And then you
again.
climb. And if you are around in Cape Town tonight and you're looking for somewhere to go and cheer, please make your way up to that Kloofnek, either at the parking spot, or if you're willing to hike up, go up towards the Kloof Corner stairs. It's going to be a party up there tonight. Take your drinks, take a cooler bag with some snacks, and go and sit up there and watch these amazing athletes tackle this race. It might be a bit windy, so take a jacket, but it's going to be an incredible, incredible evening for them, and a great way to support those people heading up onto Table Mountain tonight.
Yeah, definitely the most vibrant spot to support the 100 mile. It's a great spot for a sundowner. There'll be tons of people up there. It's a shortish walk, very accessible. Yeah, definitely something to do this evening.
And then they'll head over Table Mountain, and it's quite a long way. It's a sneakily long section of trail that on a map, on a profile, may not look super tough.
Yeah.
But it's definitely relentlessly technical, and I think through the night it's definitely important to make sure that you stay awake and do whatever you can to keep alert, because you're also coming down off of that Landadno ravine there, which is pretty intense. If you're a little bit afraid of heights, if you're a little bit scared of technical trails, don't let it scare you, because it's very manageable. But yeah, just definitely something that they will need to be aware of coming off of the top of Table Mountain.
Done some improvements to the path there, so that should help people get down, especially that slippery bit where the river crosses, so that's great. But yeah, it is very real, very steep. It's a big, long descent. And I also think that the conditions on top of the mountain are going to be very different to what they are down here. It's probably going to be cloudy, windy. You'll feel like you're inside a misty, weird rain sort of situation. So it's going to be pretty challenging, and that will be in the dark too. So
it's going to be quite magical up there, and I'm sure they're all very excited. Probably a lot of nerves going around as well, but that's part of the excitement and joy of racing.
Yeah.
We have got 5 minutes now until the start of this race. We've only taken you through maybe the first 40 kilometers of the event. So if you're looking for more info on that route, go and check out the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town website. You can do a flyover on that race there so you can see what they're heading out onto. But it's going to be a great day. So cool to see how many athletes are taking on this 100 miles today.
Yeah. And there you go, there's quite a few supporters at the start line. They're getting to cheer on their people.
162 participants in the 100 miles this year.
Yeah.
Isn't that incredible? I feel like this race has grown from strength to strength over the years, only starting about 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, 3 or 4 years ago.
I think this is the
fourth year.
This year. Yeah.
So incredible to see how it's grown in 4 years.
Yeah, it's grown a little bit this year, which is awesome. And there you're getting a nice drone shot of the starting line. Everyone's in the pen, trying to keep the nerves at bay. So that's a good sign that we're able to send the drone up. The wind is not too crazy down here, so we're just taking our gaps where we can. There's Alexi, number 1173. And on the front of the start line, two-time champion. There's another Alexi Shakturov, 1142. We'll look him up to find out what his credentials are, but he could be a factor in this race if he's on the front of the start line there. You never know. And they're still cheering on a few of the 55k runners who have toughed it out all day and are coming in after about 10 hours of running. Okay, we're hearing the Chariots of Fire music. We're getting very close to the start. 3 minutes to go.
Everyone looking pretty calm. No
actually.
jumping around, no fidgeting. It's very serious faces at the start of this 100 miles here as they get ready to venture out onto the mountain. The focused faces are real.
Full focus, eh? Locked in.
There's everyone's favorite man, Addy, taking on this 100 miles. Here we go, 2 minutes to go. We can hear the music. We are sitting just outside where they are starting. I might just want to stick my head out there and peek what's going on. But I think we have a pretty good view from here, actually.
Yeah. Okay. This guy could have the secret weapon that Madge and I were talking about. We came up with a strategy for the top of the mountain for when it gets dark. This guy in the picture with his clear glasses up in the wind at night.
Yeah.
Could be the secret weapon. We will see. Because it's going to be horrible with watery eyes up there and the direct headwind as you cross the Apostles. So,
yeah.
just saying.
I love this comment. Hold on to your horses. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
That is for
and
sure.
That's no lie as we start this 100 miles at the RMB UTCT 2025. We've got 1 minute and 13 seconds to go before they head out there. And we are very, very excited to see this race get going. If you are in Cape Town, like I said, please head your way to Kloofneck. Go and cheer those athletes on at that, either at the aid station there at 16 kilometers, or if you've got some extra energy to spare, head up towards Kloof Corner and enjoy the vibes. It's going to be an absolutely incredible evening up there. Probably a pretty spectacular sunset. Last night was pretty special, and I imagine it's going to be pretty similar tonight. So go and make your way up there. It's a pretty selfish move as well, because it's going to be pretty spectacular for you as a spectator, but also greatly appreciated by all of these athletes who will be passing through there, heading into the mountain.
Okay, it is imminent. Here we go.
And they're off. Ruben with the flares.
Nice.
Very, very cool. And they're off, they're off, they're off. What a journey they're going to be on tonight.
Watch out for the red number.
Up, we saw Amant Duplessis.
Yeah, I glimpsed Naomi there as well. I think she's got her red headscarf and yellow top on.
Yeah, really great to see people out on this field getting to support their friends and family and loved ones. It makes such a difference. It really does.
Yeah, absolutely. It's huge.
Hey Mo! Mo's in the chat. Cheering on Naomi. Love it. Very cool to see. Cheering from Botswana. Go Arlen. Go Sean. Go Adam Nunn. I love this. Racing to Raise funds for Gammy on the Go Foundation. Yeah, great foundation. If you haven't heard of it, they're raising money to fund prosthetics legs for Kagiso, but it's a fund that not only helps one person, but is a great way to raise initiative for alternatively abled bodies and getting people moving with prosthetic legs. So great fund, great foundation. Go and check it out if you haven't heard of it. That's Gammy on the Go.
Nice one, Jonah. Yeah, I'll post a link if you're allowed to that.
Unfortunately, I
He's
don't
probably
think
not allowed
he
to.
won't be allowed to post a
Okay.
link, but it's pretty easy to find. Just
We
type
can
it in
just
on
Google it.
Google. You'll have you'll see that pop up.
Okay. And very cool to see the crew, a couple of the crews chiming in, big brother and sister crewing for Nele Buns. Hashtag Run Buns Run. People cheering on Admire from Zim. Sweepers ready to roll from 4 a.m. at Llandudno. Thank you, sweepers. You guys totally rock. It's a very tough job to sweep up the race. Okay, so they are heading up the hill.
Yeah, like you say, you start with an uphill where previously they used to run down into the City Bowl and had a little bit of time to warm up on some easier downhill roads before they kind of kicked up onto that Lion's Head section.
Yeah.
They now head up, and then kind of traverse across, so they don't really get that easy downhill start where they're warming up their legs.
Yeah.
But it definitely looks like they're taking it out pretty controlled, nothing crazy here. I think we have Damien Schumann on the camera. Shout out to another local legend here, a crazy adventurer. Been on some scrambles with him. Wouldn't recommend if you don't like heights. Great to see Matt Dove in the chat as well. Let's go Doug Pickard. Dark horse. I don't know about Doug Pickard being a dark horse. I
think
wouldn't
that
call him a dark
ship
horse.
has long sailed.
Yeah. No longer the underdog. Sorry to say. Definitely someone that we have our eye on and expect to see having hopefully a good day for him.
Yeah, he's an absolute crusher. I haven't laid eyes on him yet in this mix, but he will be there. He won't be in the front pack. I don't think he runs incredibly impeccable sort of strategy, but he will definitely be in the mix. Yeah, that is definitely Damien
in the
chatting to
background
everyone.
So I think we've got the guy in the back with the white pack. That
Yeah.
I think is Adrian MacDonald, the on-sponsored athlete.
Okay, he didn't have a race number, so I was trying to. I think it's on his back of his pack. I haven't quite clocked it yet.
Okay, yeah. So that I think being the on-athlete would be Adrian MacDonald. Don't quote me on this, but yeah, American athlete, lives in Colorado. So yeah, done a lot of high altitude training for this race. And then I think that's Anele Bunce running next to him.
Yeah, Nele in the blue cap, Hoka cap, Hoka shoes on the right there.
Yeah.
I saw him on the right hand side of the start line.
I'm
And
not
who's that
sure
just behind him?
who is just behind him there.
Okay. Yeah, going up.
So an early
Past
little
Bridle Road.
breakaway pack here, top three. I'm sure the rest are very close behind,
Yeah,
but looking very controlled, nothing crazy.
yeah. Turning into Rugby Road, the top road of the City Bowl. And so they now get a little bit of an easy section before they ramp up again.
If you know the runner running in third, please give us a shout so we can give him a name.
Someone saying that Adrian said he's going for the win, if not at least a podium finish. So pinning his hopes and dreams to the flag there. Yeah, and like Ulrich Duplessis said, hope everyone enjoys their eating competition with a bit of running in between. That is very true. How you manage your nutrition and your feet is crucial in a race this long.
Coming into the finishing chute, Mark Brano.
So a nice little residential run here. Probably a little bit protected at this point, but by no means not windy. They'll probably be getting some gusts straight into their face, which is going to be unpleasant, but they've got a lot more coming their way. So hopefully this is a section of respite for them before they head out onto the mountain.
Yeah, it's just a few blocks from here, and the weather is very different over there, and they're,
Speaking to Adrian before the race started, he said the goal for the race, as always, finishing 100 miles is a big accomplishment, just getting to that finish line. So I think that was first goal, and then as we saw in the chat, he definitely wants to hit that podium. He said he came here to prove to himself that he can do well on a technical course with more elevation gain. Historically, he's done more races like Tarawera, Leadville, so incredibly accomplished runner, but definitely something a little bit different for him, a little bit out of his wheelhouse. So very excited to see how he handles these trails here today.
Especially like we were saying, though, pick your courses that suit you. So that's going to be very interesting to see if he can adjust and pivot towards a more technical trail, because it is loaded with that.
Yeah. I think there's beauty in running races that challenge you as well. You know, it's always fun to run a race you know you're good at. You know that you've got the skill set needed to execute well. But there's a certain joy in the challenge of something that really challenges you as well, that's outside of your usual skill set. So it's great to see that he's out here doing that. But very different to Leadville, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay, so they've just crested Rugby Road now, and I think they should just drop in through a little bit of trail back onto the tar.
What's your bib number? 1165? 1165?
1165, Damien, excellent work, thank you. The man in black. Oh, that's Mark Winter. Oh my word, jeez, local boy. I've run with Mark over the years. Wow, he is actually a bit of a dark horse. Very talented runner. He's done well in various races. Always seems to pop up where you least expect him, actually. In the long, hard races, he's great. It'll really be interesting to see how he does against this top field. So, wow, okay, good intel. 1165, leading out the race. I'm trying to see if this pack has sort of dissolved a little bit, because it sort of started off with 20 people, but that didn't last very long, huh?
No, it didn't.
Spread out very quickly.
It does look like we've still got at least 5 in this group here, with Addy running behind Mark, I believe.
Yeah.
With the bucket hat on there in the back. So
right.
there's 5 in this group here. We still haven't figured out who the runner next to Addy is, so if you know who that is, give us a shout. Otherwise, we're going to try and see if we can spot that bib number.
So there you get a bit of the idea of the credentials of Anele Barnes coming up on the screen. He's won the Addo 100 miler. He's come fourth in the MUT 100 mile in Gorge, and 5th in this very race before. And there we have the leading ladies group. So there's Kerry-Ann Marshall, local legend and darling of the 100 mile UTCT world. She's just always a smiling face and an absolute crusher, force to be reckoned with. So there she is, and I can't see who that is on the left side in the black and white. Do you know? Can you see?
I'm not entirely sure who that is, but we've got Naomi Brandt just behind Kerry-Ann as well, with the yellow top and the orange headband. So it's great when athletes wear identifiers so that we can see who they are.
Loving it.
So
well
if you're
Naomi.
watching and you're planning on running a race where you're going to be on the live stream, please wear something luminous so we know who you are.
Something memorable.
Yeah, no.
So there you can see Kerry-Ann's credentials. She won this last year in an absolutely brilliant performance, just masterclass in pacing a 100 miler. It's such a hard thing to do. She's won the 100K before, back in a few years back. When I ran it, I think most of 10 years ago, or maybe 8. And yeah, so she's leading it out. Incredible. So they're now up on the trails. They're heading towards Kloof Neck, just chipping their way onto this little Jeep track. Still going up and up. Kerry's just checking on the rest of the crew there. Having a little look and a little walk. And
Back with the lead men here.
yeah.
Adrian out front, just ahead of Anele. Mark, I think, just behind that. Addy bringing out the rear. And then there's still that mystery man who's involved there. That potentially is Simon Vasselon, but I don't think so because these are not updated
Possibly.
yet.
Okay, so 2K's in.
What is up, folks? What is up, folks?
What's up, Madge?
Yo, welcome to the UTCT.
Where are you at?
The big dog. I am at the famous Kloof Neck parking lot where Tuesday Trails kicks off. UTCT week, and I'm here with a couple of local lads. Paddy, looking good. Lion's Head up here. We've got Table Mountain with the waterfall cloud coming over the top. I've got my man here with the camera. I'm not sure your name, but how you doing?
You should be getting some runners approaching you any minute, Madge.
Down on the trail here.
Yeah.
They are going to be coming up. Very soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
the lead men are approaching you fairly rapidly.
Excellent. Can't wait. It's warm here, huh? It's warm out on here. It's the wind is blowing, but it's still very warm in the sun. So it's going to be a very, very hot start to this 100-miler, and they are not going to get much reprieve until this sun goes down. So it's going to be a very hot and sweaty start, and then they are going to definitely chill when the sun goes down. But right now we are standing here at this car park and we are cooking. Like, it's very toasty and very lovely too.
Cruising over the granite above the Higgavale Quarry on that beautiful bit of running cheapers. It looks like Anele Barnes has got a fire lit up under him. He's just suddenly taken off. There was a group of 5 of them together, and Anele has just gone into crusher mode. I don't know what happened to him there. Cameraman is under huge pressure here, and this guy's like, it looks like he's gone to running a 5,000 meter race on the track. Look at this, he's gone. Nobody in sight.
He is flying.
Jeepers.
All right, we've got vision of them. Coming up.
Okay. Make sure you don't miss the leader. He's absolutely
We'll get a little insight.
cruising. Blue cap.
Yeah, we can see him. Flying. What a beautiful place to run. Huh?
Not too shabby. Kerry Ann saying, "Go past me, camera guy, you pressurizing me."
Doesn't like running with someone on her tail.
Yeah, this running is phenomenal. This is my neighborhood. I run these trails week in and week out, and never gets old. Scenery is insane. It's super fun.
So we've got, we can still see our top 3 women all running together here. We've got Kerry Ann Marshall, Naomi Brunt, and then in third behind that, Kerry decided that she didn't want to be in the lead anymore, so she stepped out, although she still seems to be there. So let's let this go to Madge. Madge, if you can see anything, let's give us a shout.
Yeah. Here we go. Big Dog 1009 coming through. How we doing, man? He's looking good. He's happy. The chase is on. Adrian, nice work. Looking fantastic. Let's go, Avery. Looking fantastic. Let's go, Nate. Let's go, Admire. Yeah, brother. You.
There we
Cool,
go.
dude.
Thanks, Matt. You cleared it up for us. The fifth person that we didn't have a name for is actually Avery Collins, the Colorado runner. Thank you. There goes Douglas, I think.
Yes, man. Nice. Looking good. Looking good, brother. Yeah, looking good. Yes, let's go. Lexi. Yeah, man. What a squad. Hey.
Yeah. Just a couple of cool comments coming through in the chat here. Someone asked me if they could lend me a comb. In fact, I don't know if you noticed, Tony, I actually washed my hair, conditioned it, and put in some product.
I love it. I love the style. It's
Thank you.
looking particularly coiled and beautiful. I love it. Your curls look better than mine. I need to know what product you're using.
We can go to town on that. I will give you the workshop.
What's going on, man? Have fun. No, dude,
Madge,
we're doing it today.
Madge, you should be seeing Carrie-Ann Marshall and our the next couple minutes. So we're gonna let you talk us through what you see them coming through.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Jock. Let's go, Jock. Cover it up, bro. Carrie-Ann on the screen right now. The smile. Naomi Brands chasing hard. What an A-team. Let's go. What an A-team. You. Let's go. Woo. Yes, nice going, ladies. Top four all running together with the fifth one here. Simone, nice work. Looking great. Top five ladies rolling together, just cruising along through the car park, all in unison. Nice work, buddy. Yeah, so the top five are all together. They're just hanging together. Corinne's here. Corinne, let's go, Corinne.
Yeah.
Top six, all in eyesight of each other. They are just like moving together nicely. Everyone's playing ball and everyone's very polite with lots of smiles. Yes, and we've got seventh place woman coming onto the screen now as well. So yeah, the tight little bunch at the front. Nice work. Yeah.
Super nice. Mash, did you catch who third position was there? Was that Lenka Polakova?
I cannot confirm that. They were all a bit too fast and
together.
But yeah.
Well, we're still unsure then of who our third lady is, but for sure we've got Carrie-Ann Marshall in the lead with Naomi Brandt just behind her, and then it looks like Nicolette Griffion is in fourth position. So great group of women, all of the women who we expected to be there, honestly. Corinne in the mix as well, so very cool to see such a strong group of women all together at this point. Still very early in the race, but yeah. Exciting to see this start.
Yeah. Is that Miller taking out his poles? Preparing for, he's just to the left of Signal Hill on the tiny little trail up above the tar. And this is local knowledge. He knows what's coming up around the corner. He's preparing for that nice big wide Jeep track, probably one of the perfect places to use poles. It's one of the most even, wide, easy trails, but it's very steep uphill. So perfect place to really get stuck in and get your poles out. So he's on the ball, this man. He knows what's up. And there he's locking them in, getting them onto the hands so that the minute he turns around that corner right here, he's going to be on the poles.
And there he goes.
Yeah.
Poles out.
Nice work.
Very nice. Super smooth.
Yeah. So great to see different strategies for different races, different areas of the mountain. Unlike this morning where there were no poles whatsoever in the top contenders. Is that Nicolette?
That
no,
looks
that's
like, no, that looks like
does?
Nicolette's
It does, yeah.
style of
Yeah,
running.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I would definitely say that's Nicolette,
Yeah.
who sounds like as she passed Maj was in 4th position. So we assume
Is-
that's third, just ahead of
I
her.
think so, yeah. Yeah.
And I'm gonna hedge a bet that it's Lenka. But if you're in the chat and you know Lenka, or if you know who that might be, please let us know.
Yeah.
Just a question in the chat. Are there any spectators already at Kloof Corner, and how windy is it? Well, I assume that people are going to be starting to make their way there now, so that they can get to that Kloof Corner point before these athletes get there. That's probably going to be in another hour and a bit, just to get to that point. So if you're thinking about it, I would start getting your stuff together, start heading up there now, because you've got about an hour before you see the first people coming through that point. And there might be a little bit of wind, but
There often is a bit of a wind shadow. It's like Lion's Head, it has own microclimate, and at the bottom of Kloof Corner Ridge, there's often actually a little wind shadow. So it could actually be kind of perfect, but there might be a bit blustery. You never quite know there. And there definitely will be a lot of people, the mountain men, the legendary locals of Cape Town trail running, rock and rollers of trail running will be there, and they'll be leading the charge, and you never know who's going to pop up there and what they will be wearing. So it's always a hell of a vibe.
It's always a vibe. And if you're around tomorrow morning, it's also going to be a vibe, because I know that the mountain men are heading up there for the UT 100 start, bright and early, but definitely worth it. Maybe not taking a beer up this time, but maybe a coffee and a croissant.
Wow.
I mean,
Killer
you know,
box of beers for breakfast. What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing, really. Standing in the sun all day, there's absolutely nothing could go wrong. As long as you have a croissant in hand, you're all good.
Maybe a croissant and some grappa in your coffee flask.
There we go. That sounds more doable for me in the morning.
Yeah.
There we go. We've got our women running together. Oh, wait. There we go. Nicolette is indeed in front of Carrie-Anne Marshall. She's just ahead there.
Yeah.
But all these women all together, so I think we can assume that there's been no breakaway yet.
Yeah. Wow. All the usual suspects from the gun. Hey, crazy. So Anele doing quite a good job of just pacing up this steep stretch of the Lion's Head path as we see Kerry Marshall go up there. It's going to be interesting to see how everybody's strategy works here. It's very steep in sections. It is runnable, but it can definitely burn a few matches if you run it too hard, and it often is an area where maybe it's actually just worth employing a nice solid power hike.
Yeah, this early in the race, I think a good power hike is maybe very strategically smart, especially considering the conditions and the weather and the wind. I think we saw today a lot of attrition purely because that wind is like an additional force that you're fighting against, and it really is quite draining to your energy. So definitely worth considering maybe slowing down on your paces a little bit just to be sure. But it looks like Adrian is not bothered by this hill.
He doesn't need poles. He's rocking on at a nice jogging pace.
Yeah, he's looking very, very comfortable here.
Yeah.
Tiptoeing up this he's making this look very flat, actually. It's a little bit offensive.
He's anything but flat.
Essaye. Normalement, c'est bon.
Alrighty. I think we're back. Apologies for that. If we lost you for a second there, we had a little technical glitch, but we are back because we've got some incredible people behind the scenes making sure that all of these wires are in the right places.
Yeah. Thanks, tech team. You guys totally rock. We just phone a friend and they come and sort everything out. It's unbelievable.
It's not quite as simple as turning it off and turning it back on again, unfortunately.
No.
So thank goodness for our tech team and all the people working behind the scenes. Shout out to our camera runners, all the people who are on production. You know, this doesn't come together easily. Shout out to Terex for sponsoring this live feed, without which we would not be here. And you would not have these incredible images of Adrian just cruising up this Lion's Head track here. So very, very cool. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes making sure that this all comes together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. And there we go. We have another pass. And Ele was like, no.
He does not like running behind people. He's
not having it.
Such a front runner. He just thrives being on the front. It's amazing. Some people that's their style. And there he goes. There's a few hikers around. So it's quite busy up on the path there. Lion's Head being one of the most popular hiking trails in Cape Town by a country mile. You can see everyone's going up for the sunset. Tons of people from all over the world. And they're having to just step aside whilst Anele comes flying. Well, maybe not flying, but he's pacing at a lot higher pace than these hikers who are heading up for the sunset this evening on the top of Lion's Head. It's incredibly busy. Wow. So that's keeping him honest here.
But thankfully, it looks like everyone's respecting these runners and just stepping aside to allow them through, which is great. Yeah, I like this strategy from the woman. A good power hike here this early in the race. So
I'm doing my best to translate Russian, which is coming through here and there in the comments. Someone asking what's happening in this walking race. Well, I'll tell you what, 100 miles, 160 kilometers plus is a very strategic thing to get right. And when you're out on the trail and you're met with a steep hill like this, it's very wise to do some walking up front. So they are just looking after themselves.
But once again, we can see Anele Bantz absolutely cruising here, packing away his poles now that the wider Jeep track has ended and this section up the Lion's Head hiking trail is coming to an end. He will skirt around the backside. They don't go all the way to the summit. He will skirt around the backside and drop down the back towards the Kramat, heading towards Signal Hill. So he is just packing away those poles while he is still going up, which is great planning on his behalf. You don't want to be fiddling with poles while you're running down technical trails. So get those away nice and early so that your hands are free when you are running downhill. But him and Adrian are very close up front together. So we've got a 1-2 right together in the men's race, and it looks like the same in the women's race with Carrie-Anne Marshall and Naomi Brandt just behind her.
$10.14. Trying to figure out if that is possibly Simone Milan. Yes, I just heard the cameraman saying 10:14, but we'll confirm that just now. Looks like she's in the top 5 ladies.
I did hear Madge say, go Simone.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do think she would be 5th in this position.
Okay.
But I might be wrong, but I do think you are correct in saying that is Simone Milan. Back with our leading men here, Adrian and Anele together. So they have entered the final kind of little uphill here before they drop down quite a technical trail single track that leads down to the Kromut. And another great place to go and cheer if you are waiting for one of your runners. Maybe not right now, because you probably will miss them if you're only hitting there now. But a great place to go and cheer, a great place to go and start a run, a great place to go and watch the sunset.
Yeah, magic over there. You get a beautiful view of the sunset overlooking Robben Island. You can see Sea Point, the whole suburb down the left-hand side there. Table Bay in the background. This is really a magic piece of trail. You can see it's quite rocky and quite technical. This downhill here is really, you have to concentrate. It's just rock after rock, all the way down to the hairpin where it's going to turn left in a few hundred meters time. So you won't be able to look at the view right now, and he will be focusing completely on every step. And just ahead of him, trying to stay upright and make sure he doesn't make a mistake here and go for a tumble. But it looks like he's actually doing a beautiful job.
Got a couple questions about live tracking in the feed. If you're looking to track your runner, probably the easiest place to go is to go onto the ultratrailcapetown.com website. It's on the homepage. There's a button straight on the top called Track Your Runner, and you should be able to find that there. And we will also ask our managers on this live feed to post that link there as well, so you can quickly click it through on the YouTube page. But there is live tracking. If the link doesn't get posted here, we will, just direct yourself to the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town website, and the tracking link is on the top of the page there. Back with Simone here. It's calling her the second woman, but I believe that Naomi and Carrie-Anne are together up front in 1 and 2. So
Yeah.
Simone, I imagine, is in 3rd position here.
Or maybe even 4th, because
Or maybe
Nicolette
even
was,
4th.
I think, with them.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Crazy how many hikers are heading up there, but I guess it's a beautiful Friday afternoon, a little breezy, but clearly hasn't deterred anyone. So great to see people getting active and on the mountain this Friday afternoon.
Yeah, in fact, it's probably very warm still, like Madge said, especially on that side. The sun's beating down on you, still quite high in the sky. And as you can see there, there's in the wind shadow, so it's actually very warm. They'll be quite relieved when they come around the front and down to the Kromut to get a breeze, actually, believe it or not, again.
Simone Milan actually taking the win at the Well of Trail this year. Very, very cool to see some local ladies crushing it out on the trails. What a beautiful trail that is as well.
Oh, yeah, it's awesome. And it's hard. Coming back on the beaches, it's tough.
Yeah, that is not an easy race. I did it on a year, thankfully, where the beach sections were pretty hard. And I imagine all of these runners who are taking on the mile are coming from Komaki Lighthouse all the way across to Nodok along that beach section. It's about 10 kilometers running on the beach, and it's not often that is incredibly firm. Normally only for the front men do they get some sort of firm sand there. We'll check out the tide charts so that we can see what time high tide is going to be. But hoping for all of these people who are going to be taking on this race that they will at least get some sort of firm sand, because if you've run on the beach, you know how exhausting it is. If you've run on the beach 100 Ks into a race, let's just say it's definitely tough.
Yeah, it's looks like low tide is going to be at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. So we typically get the leading runners through at about sometime in the early morning, so they will benefit from the low tide. I think it's going to be super tough for the rest who coming through later. High tide at 3:38 p.m. So yeah, it's just one of those things you got to deal with and be strategic about where you run, and sort of read it when you get there and try and pick the best line. Yeah, go Jock Green. Amazing to see Jock Green still in this mix. Jock Green ran the original OG 2014 race of Ultra-trail Cape Town. and I think he podiumed, and that was the beginnings of this race back 11 years ago. So amazing to see him back in the mix. He's a very experienced long distance campaigner, so it'll be great to see Jock do well here tonight and tomorrow. I'll keep you posted on that. You can see Anele now running right down the spine of Lion's Head towards Signal Hill. You can see the Crim Mutt just sitting there in the distance.
Once again, shout out to our camera runners. There's a question in the chat: who are the camera runners, and how long do they run with someone for? So, we've got a whole team of volunteer runners who are very accomplished in their own rights, either from a trail running background or sometimes other sports. But all of them incredible athletes, and it depends really on the segment that we are trying to get signal, but it can be anywhere between 20 and 40 Ks, I think, that some of these camera runners do in a day. So they're running a lot, and they're doing this over a couple days. So incredible efforts from them. We are going to head into a quick break, but stick with us because we're in for a treat a little bit later. So chat to you soon.
He is going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance. She's going to be facing the finish line of the Gran Canaria Classic.
Our confidence was stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion. Our confidence was stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
Every time he's
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
This is RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. A celebration of challenge and of the landscapes that surround us. RMB joined as title sponsor in 2022, and the partnership has helped shape the identity of UTCT, creating moments, traditions, and memories that define the event today. Here, on the trails of our city, every bell rings of promise, and every year, together, we go further.
And we're back. We are back here with the UTCT, the 100-mile race at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town 2025. We are 40 minutes into the race that started here at 5 p.m. And we were with the lead man, Anele Bans. And now we are with who we think is, I'm going to say the fourth or the third, but I think the fourth woman, so don't look at that second up there. Unless we are completely wrong and she's overtaken Carrie-Anne Marshall and Naomi Brunt and Nicolette is just up front. We're not entirely sure, but this, we believe, is Simone Milan, the South African runner. She actually ran CCC this year as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
How did she do?
and she was 51st. She ran a time of 15:09:36. So an incredibly, a really great time there, especially I think for her first effort at the UTMB CCC.
Yeah, incredible.
But definitely no stranger to the longer distances. She did the Mutt Miler earlier in the year, coming in third female there. She's done the Sky Run, K-Way Sky Run last year, the 100 kilometer. She was first there.
Wow.
Yeah, so she's got some credentials behind her name, and definitely someone that we should keep an eye out. I think this is her first time taking on the UTCT here in Cape Town. But definitely someone we should keep an eye on because she is no stranger to these long distances. Back with Anele, he's coming towards the Signal Hill parking lot here. I thought for one second that he was on a fast forward because he's running so fast.
He's back on the mission. The man is on a mission. He's popping into that. This is just pre-Signal Hill car park. There's another little kind of half a kilometer-ish towards the actual bigger car park up at the paragliders there, but he is on an absolute tear. Can he keep it up? Crumbs. We know he's got the credentials. We know he's got it all in the tank, but he really has started at an incredible pace.
So if you were with us through the adverts, you would have seen the advert for the World Trail Majors, and just a shout out here to RMB UTCT being the final of the series this year. The winners here determine the overall rankings, and very, very cool group of races. They call them the Lifetime Series, and I love that. I think it's such a great way to position yourself. The races are hosted all over the world, starting in January with the Hong Kong 100. And I love the fact that it's positioned as a way to go and see a place, go and experience a new culture. And I think, that's what trail running is about. It really expresses the essence of the sport. And if you want to go and check out some of those races, we've got the Hong Kong 100, Black Canyon Ultras, the North Face Transgran Canaria, Mount Fuji 100, Mute, Madeira Island Ultra Trail, the Swiss Canyon Trails, South Downs Way, the Quebec Mega Trail, Grand Raid des Pyrenees, and Vietnam Mountain Marathon, the Grampians Peak Trail in Australia, and then finally the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. And any athlete who has taken part in one of these races throughout the year will have been awarded a number of points that go toward the overall ranking. And like I said, the outcome of today's race will determine who takes that win. Apologies. This is for the 100K tomorrow, not the miler. Oh, wow. So not this. I've got a little ahead of myself. This is all for tomorrow, people. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. This is only my fourth coffee for the day. But yes, just a little preview for what we will be in for tomorrow. So if you are around, tune in tomorrow because this is where that showdown is going to take place. But yeah, there we go. A great little preview and shout out for the World Trail Majors.
Absolutely. Yeah, some very exciting races in there. We need to get onto the bucket list and get planning. Okay, I think we're seeing some visuals of Nicolette Griffioen here, heading down past the Cremut. Nicolette, is she in company? She's gone, okay. Anele now heading up towards the paragliders at Signal Hill Car Park.
Don't think there are any paragliders heading out today.
No.
Little bit gusty for that, but...
It'll be quiet up there, actually. Well, let's see. Maybe there's some supporters up at the Signal Hill Car Park. It'll be interesting to know if anyone's actually ventured up that way. with their picnic hamper and gin and tonic.
Sounds quite lovely.
Okay, who's this we're seeing now?
Very tall man.
Yeah, that's very white, knee-high socks.
There we go. We are actually with our first woman here, Nicolette Griffioen.
Okay.
So it is possible that Nicolette is in our leading position and Simone Milan is actually second, with Carrie-Anne Marshall and Naomi Brandt putting in that third and fourth position.
Big shout out from Monique Leroux. You got this Etienne Leroux in the 100 mile. Great to get that support coming in. Keep it coming, guys. We want to hear about all your runners, your husbands, your wives, your brothers, your sisters. You're running in this epic 100 mile. If they're one of the 160 odd that are taking on this absolutely massive challenge around the whole of the Cape Peninsula, let us know. Okay, there's a water point at Signal Hill. Anele is refueling, dousing himself. It's clearly still very hot. Right at the Signal Hill car park, getting involved there. Good man.
Yeah, I mean, we see 21 degrees down in the corner with a few clouds. But let me tell you, it definitely feels a lot hotter than 21 degrees. You went for a run at lunchtime. I went for a run at lunchtime, and it's warm out there.
It felt like 30.
Yeah.
Real feel was 30.
It's definitely warm out there, so we can definitely understand why Anele is getting himself cool, refilling those bottles already. You know, we're only 46 minutes into this race and probably around 9 kilometers at that point. So definitely early on in the race, and good that he's looking after himself at this point already.
Yeah.
I love how we said earlier that this is the easy part of the trail.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, this trail, this little 2 or 3 Ks to the Signal Hill car park is absolutely just packed with rocks. It is certainly not easy. I always have to have full lockdown focus when I run this. It is just, look at it. You can just see every step is a different rock, different height, left, right, using all your plyometric muscles.
All those stabilizers getting used.
Okay, they popped out of the aid station now. Nele, I think, still leading just ahead of Adrian.
Yeah,
definitely. Start to drop down onto the next bit of trail. So
definitely looks like they're still very close together there. There's no distance between them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about using all of those muscles to stay on your feet. Now throw in a little sideways wind that keeps trying to knock your feet out from under you, and you've got a great combination to fatigue you quite early in the race. So good that the women seem to be pacing themselves very smartly, very intelligently, not going out too hard here. So yeah. Here, I think, is our second man.
I think that together
Adrian McDonald. Yeah, looks like he's right next to Anele Bans there.
Get classic views on this road just quickly before they drop down of the postcard view of Table Mountain, Lions Head, Devil's Peak, the City Bowl, the Apostles, and then we switch down to the left past the boom. This is quite a steep downhill, so they'll have to just look after themselves here and not get too carried away. It's also very rocky. On trend as they head down towards the viewpoint overlooking the stadium just above the Signal Hill gun battery. So this is quite a long descent. Steepest part kind of now and then around the corner. They're in the shade, in the wind, so they'll actually be really enjoying this, I'm guessing.
So if you've been around Cape Town and you've been wondering what the big boom at 12 p.m. is, it's the noon gun, and that is the cannon that is just down from where they are running now. They'll run pretty close past it, and an iconic piece of Cape Town, that noon gun. Back with Nicolette here. There's a comment saying that she looks like she's with another woman in frame, and I'm not entirely sure if that's a woman in front of her. It's a little bit pixelated. I can't really see. Another iconic view. I feel like every time we see an image on screen, we're like, it's another iconic view, but truly special seeing the stadium down there where the 2020 FIFA World Cup was held. Robben Island just off to the left of that, and the harbour and the waterfront just down.
This is why we live in the City Bowl.
Yeah.
City Bowl or die. Yeah, it's just phenomenal around every corner. You're right. I mean, it's just such a treat to live here and run here. So he's swinging back around with the City Bowl in view there. The finish line is set just under the mountain there, so it's just an iconic setting for a running race finish.
Oh, great footage.
Nice.
There it is, the stadium that we just mentioned, the FIFA World Cup 2010, sorry. Not 2020, nothing happened then. 2010 took place there, and great visual from that.
Shout out to Roland Hunter from the UK, who's somewhere in the mix in this 100-miler. Thanks, Quentin, for putting his name in the hat here and onto the chat. Chantel, old school. Yeah, remembering the 2014 race, she was involved in the original race when Jock was racing. Go Jock Green. And keep sending in all your comments and questions. We are ready to try and field them and add into the layers of the mix that we're viewing here. Great footage coming through as the sun slowly starts dipping a little bit over Signal Hill. Nicolette making her way up to the parking lot there to, I'm sure, get a nice refill of water very soon. Is Nicolette now sponsored by Hoka?
Unsure about that, but let's do some research. Let's have a look here. Yep, it seems like she has listed Hoka as her team, so very cool to see her being sponsored by a brand like Hoka. She's had a hard year of training with an injury that flared up a little bit earlier in the year around June, so it's great to see her running, but I know she has spent a lot of time cycling this year as well, and she's done incredibly well with those as well. I keep seeing her on bike race podiums, so I'm sure all of that fitness that she's done from all of these ultra endurance bike races is going to translate really nicely across to the running, and hopefully she's just got enough conditioning to get her through this race. But knowing her history, I think she's got the mental tenacity to grit it out no matter what happens.
That is for sure. What was her injury? Do you know?
She mentioned that it was something to do with her hamstring. She never went into details. I think she had a bit of a hamstring tear, but she said only in the past couple of weeks has it started to feel a little bit better. So it's great to see her running, great to see her at the start line. And I just hope she looks after herself and that she can get through this unscathed.
Okay, they're dropping down a very tricky little zigzag here next to the fence, and then they'll be onto a nice bit of runnable flat-ish trail turning to the left right now.
Yeah, that's a super steep section of trail. I'm always worried that I'm going to slip on my bum there.
It's very slippery and loose. Yeah, they did very well to navigate that successfully. This little bit is now again very runnable. It's an old Jeep track, mostly unused, but it's lovely to run on. It does slightly to tilt upwards just now around the corner, so it'll keep them honest, but as you can see, it's pretty runnable right now.
Jeep track turned single track.
Yeah.
But again, another beautiful piece of trail that they get to run on here, and looks pretty protected from the wind, maybe the occasional breeze, but they will be feeling that sun there for sure. And these guys are moving it. It's not slow, the pace that they're running.
Yeah, they're keeping it very fresh.
So we'll be waiting for them to come through the first official timing point at the aid station at the Kloofnek parking lot. Let's just get an official distance there, but I think it's around...
It's 15 to 16 K.
That is not the right place. Oh goodness. Tech malfunction. No, go away.
Can't help you. My money's on 16K.
There we go. 16.2 kilometers. That's it, indeed. So there will be a full aid station there, food, drink, ablutions if they need them that early, hopefully not, and a cutoff there of 8:30. So everyone here has 3.5 hours to do those 16 kilometers. It should be pretty doable, but you do have to be moving pretty efficiently to get to that cutoff in time. We don't want to let people be heading out onto the mountain too much later than that. So hopefully everyone gets through there, all 162 of our runners here today in the UTCT 100 miler.
Yeah. Adrian looks very comfortable there, just sort of slotting in behind Anele. He's doesn't have to think too hard. He's just got a nice pace in front of him to just follow. They're in the shade now. He looks very relaxed. So this is probably quite a great place for him to be.
Yeah. I think if someone is in front of you like that, it's a great way to just mentally shut off and not have to think too hard.
Yeah.
I do hope they share that load a little bit, and that Anele, if they do start working together, will allow Adrian to take this role of pacer a little bit. But I don't think Anele is the kind of guy who likes to be running in seconds. So I don't think we'll see any changes here anytime soon.
Yeah.
I do really want to just pull the back of Adrian's shirt out of his pack there.
I'm with you.
I just want to reach out and pull it down.
The OCD is coming out in both of us. Yeah, I noticed that earlier. I'm not a tucking in my shirt kind of a guy, but that shirt is definitely crept up into his backpack, and I don't know, it's just got to be uncomfortable. He's going to end up with a big rash probably on his lower back.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, he doesn't seem to be concerned whatsoever. So we're just going to have to deal with our own demons. That is funny. And also interesting, he's wearing a vest, I think, which it looks like. Also quite an interesting one. I've never been a fan of that for myself. Wearing a t-shirt with a pack on, just, I don't know, it seems to also give you better coverage to prevent rash and stuff when you're wearing a pack. So you've got now underarm areas, overarm areas, shoulder areas that are all exposed skin under what is quite a wide vesty pack. I mean, maybe it's super snug and on him, and so it's not an issue, but personally, I think the t-shirt is the way forward, but he clearly knows what he's doing. So
yeah, look, I think most of the time these athletes will have trained in this kit for multiple hours. So if he's going to get a rash, he's probably had it before, and it's probably rubbed into some sort of thickened skin. So hopefully he's prepared for that. But I also assume that he's going to be changing that t-shirt heading into this night section, or at least putting something over to keep him warm, because as much as it's 20 degrees now and the real field being quite hot, it's definitely going to cool down quite substantially towards the evening, and being on top of Table Mountain with that mist, it's definitely advisable that these athletes put on something warm. For me, merino is the way to go. I love merino. I'm such a big fan of it. So it's one of those materials that doesn't smell, which is great, which means you can wear it multiple times over without having to wash it. But mostly because it's great at keeping you warm even when it gets wet. And I think with the mist on the mountain now, you're going to get wet even if you're not sweating too much. So definitely important to have some sort of material that's going to keep you warm when wet, but also not make you too hot. That's breathable.
So people are going to have to make good choices about their clothing when they head up Platteklip and get up into that misty cloud tonight. Tony, tell us about this on pack. Have you seen it in real life, closer than what we're seeing now? I haven't seen them yet. It looks pretty amazing.
I haven't. I don't actually know this pack super well. But yeah, it's an interesting one. It almost looks like a shirt in its own right.
Yeah, it's got this kind of central backpack in the middle. So it's got this whole vesty sort of very nice body sleeve type of feeling. And then these two lumpy areas where you can put your stuff in behind the on logo, and then one lower down. So it kind of could be a very cool design. I know Ultimate Direction came out with one as well that really just looks like a waistcoat. Similar type of idea.
Yeah.
Haven't tried it yet, but that looks like a similar type of thing. It'll be be interesting to see it from the front as well. Looks like it's got lots of stash pockets in the front.
It looks like he's actually wearing a tank top and not a racer back. So I think the wide that you're seeing is the tank on the side. The vest is actually, pretty narrow in the back.
Okay, got you. Yeah.
But yeah, again, you know, an hour into this race here, and these guys are still moving really, really well. And I don't see them slowing down anytime soon.
No.
The trails are definitely getting a little bit more technical and tricky here, quite narrow.
This little bit is overgrown in this little canyon, but it swings out of it quite quickly. It's not really much of a climb, and then it improves again as they go past the old gun batteries from the war. Here we see Nicolette heading down towards the noon gun. Loving the shade, I'm sure. Lovely little runnable downhill.
Oh, great visual on third position there. I think that looked like Admire in third, rounding out our top three here. But hard to say. I did see a colourful hat. So thank you, Addy, for wearing a colourful hat.
Yes, the bucket hat, dude.
to allow us to identify you from a distance.
So helpful.
So helpful. And yet I say this, and I never wear colour on the trail. You know, it's
shocking. Tony,
I know.
You need a colour swatch somewhere on your.
I need to wear some sort of luminous headband.
There we go. That'll do it. Luminous John McEnroe tennis headband from the 80s. It's great to hear from Catherine and Tel, a couple of expats tuning in, having major FOMO and homesickness, tuning in from the US. Catherine, whereabouts are you in the US? We'd love to hear. And Adele immigrated to Australia 6 years ago, still missing the mountain every day. We feel your pain, and we're glad that you're able to tune in and enjoy all the best scenery that Cape Town and the Cape Peninsula has to offer over the next hours and the next day. So great to have you all on board.
Yeah, I resonate quite strongly with those comments, having immigrated now to France myself, although I call this my second home. They're both home to me. I spend about 9 months there and try and get here for 3 months of the year, but it never feels like enough. So very happy to be here on the ground for the Ultra-trail Cape Town. It's a great time of year to come home. The Cape Doctor keeping us in check a little, but it's a great time of year, and very, very happy to be here for this event.
Yeah, look at this. They're heading down now towards Pat's Track. It's the legendary, one of the legendary segments of Cape Town trail running. As they drop down through the blue gum trees, they will reconnect with Pat's Track, which is a long, grinding 2 kilometer plus uphill. There we go. He's just dropped onto it. This is a well-known segment, run and mountain biked by various locals, up and down, some incredibly fast times, but it's tough. It's literally 2 kilometers of climbing, and it's relentless.
And I think it's like an average of 10%. So it doesn't sound in theory too difficult, but the problem is it kicks and levels out so many times that you're never finding and this is the comment of the day, I guess, when you talk about Table Mountain, but it breaks your rhythm.
Yeah.
And it makes it very hard to find that flow. So I think, on paper, looks super simple. On paper, the UTCT is, there's not that much climbing, but in reality, incredibly, incredibly difficult trails here to execute well.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Really so cool to see so many people tuning in from all over the world.
Yeah, we're going to have to make a list of the amount of countries. We've got Tony tuning in from Maui in Hawaii. Welcome into the mix, supporting Matthew Thompson, 1151. Catherine is in South Carolina on the east coast of the US. We can't wait for you to come home too. Plan your trip, get back here, come and join us for Tuesday Trails. Happens every week in Cape Town. Join the community and get back involved. Okay, here we have Vanille going up Pat's Track. Interesting to just see that the route profile there. Sure.
Yeah.
Never pay attention to that. It always looks too scary.
The trick with races this long, or any race in reality, is breaking it up into chunks that feel manageable.
Yeah.
When you look at something that in that great wide an angle, I should say, it looks very, very daunting. So I think the trick here is to break it up into segments that feel manageable and digestible, and hopefully that makes it a little bit easier to comprehend.
How do you do that? What's your go-to segment length that you break things down into when you're running a long race like 100 Ks?
Normally it's just between aid stations. I think it's a nice way to break it up because there's definite points of stopping.
Yeah.
The worst thing to do, and I did this on one of my first recce runs, so it wasn't during the race, but one of my first recce runs that I did for the CCC at UTMB was I had the whole entire route on my watch. So when I pressed start, it beeped and went, "You have got 99 kilometers to go."
Ooh.
And that was terrible, and that was only a training run. So I made sure to turn that off for the race.
Demoralizing. Yeah, that's a disaster.
So if you're running any kind of distance that scares you, definitely don't have the distance remaining, I would say. Turn that off.
Yeah,
and probably turn off any kind of distance metrics and just run between points or whatever feels digestible to you. Maybe every 5Ks, maybe every 10Ks, between aid stations.
Yeah.
But make sure that you break it up into pieces of trail that feel comprehensible.
Yeah. No, aid stations are great. It's something very finite to aim at. They are not, they're quite spread out here, so it's quite a long segment in this particular race. So my latest sort of mantra has been be here now. Just be in the moment and don't even have a segment. And because I was chatting to some people who were talking about ultra running, and it was a foreign concept to them, and they were really baffled about how do you do these long, hard things. And I just said, you just be here now. You just keep putting one foot in front of the other, and you chip away.
I love that.
Micro, super present.
I love that. I think that I might steal that from you because that is great, and such a beautiful way to think about what you're doing. It's so easy to get caught up in what you still have to do, but as long as you stay present in the moment, it's like you say, it's just one foot in front of the other, and you keep chipping away at it.
Because you know what it's like. I mean, especially remember, back in the day, running lots of road races, you start getting involved in your own maths and going, okay, 4Ks to go, how many minutes a K? Okay, how much longer do I have to reach this goal? And it just gets crazy, and you're just all over the shop. So I think that's quite helpful to escape that.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of mountain bikers, is that someone on a mountain bike, or is that just a? There we go.
So this is one of the tracks on Table Mountain which have become more and more popular, that have been shared between trail runners and mountain bikers. It wasn't so in the past, but there's a lot of routes that are now shared, much more like TMB, where you often see mountain bikers coming around the TMB course, and it's amazing how everyone just somehow manages to share. So I'm glad to see that they were not hurtling down the track at that point, because they're going to have a long, slow descent, those mountain bikers.
Yeah.
They need to chill out and open a beer, because there's runners coming at them for the next half an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be creeping down the mountain, that's for sure.
Yeah. Little gap.
Yeah.
Okay, these guys are doing really well. You can see the sun setting slowly in the sky. It's still got about another hour and a half to 2 hours before it really dips and we lose the light. So this is just, we're heading into golden hour. Things are probably cooling off just a tad. These guys are cheap as they're running nicely up this monstrous Pats track. You can see Lion's Head slowly coming into view, and shortly they will turn a bit left and see the cableway as well on the top of Table Mountain. I love the scenery. It's just magic, seeing the whole Atlantic seaboard drop away below you. The whole of Sea Point there is the cableway just coming into view behind Adrian's Head, I think. And just a magic part of the trail here.
Yeah, again, just the uniqueness of this trail. How often do you get to run on a mountain right next to the ocean? Just absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Good question here from Timothy in Bergfleet. So he's confirming for us that the wind is howling in Bergfleet in the southern suburbs. And a friend of mine has sent me some intel from Cork Bay in the deep south, or medium south, and he said it is also absolutely pumping the southeaster there. So Timothy's question, how would you guys overcome just the non-stop sensory overload of the wind blowing? Probably all night. So Timothy, I would say, yeah, that's definitely going to be one of the huge challenges for these runners tonight. We were saying that maybe a pair of ski goggles would be the ultimate piece of equipment to take with you over Platteklip Gorge. So that's what we're recommending. I don't know if any of the seconding teams are going to have any of those available, but yes, that's going to be a huge challenge. So
yeah, going to be interesting to see how they handle that. But we will come back after the break, so don't go anywhere, and we will check in soon.
He is going to be the winner of the 2024. An amazing performance. She's going to be facing the finish line of the Trans-Gran Canaria Classic.
Our confidence was stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion. Our confidence was stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
Every time he's
We are back. Welcome back. We are here at the Ultra-trail Cape Town. You came back just at the right moment to see Anele Barnes take back that lead. He does not like running in second. But we are here at the UTCT, RMB UTCT, watching the 100-mile athletes here. They are probably around 12 Ks into the race, 1 hour and 15 minutes, and we are with our first and second men. Nele Barnes, we just saw on screen streaming past our second man here, Adrian McDonald from the USA, and they are running super, super nicely. If you are just joining us, we have some updates. Our top 5 men and women have both been through our first checkpoint. So, Luke, can you run us through that?
Yeah, absolutely. So Signal Hill was our first timing checkpoint. So that was a few kilometers ago. So we can confirm that Anele Banz is in the lead of the race. He went through there in 45 minutes and 23 seconds. Adrian McDonald literally with him. Those are the two you're seeing on screen now. Admire Muzopambwa from Zimbabwe came through there about just 30 seconds later. And we've got Douglas Pickard just doing his thing in 4th position. So we're watching him carefully. Mark Winter, a local boy from Cape Town, is in 5th.
Douglas Pickard, whoever said he was the underdog.
Yeah, exactly. He's on it. He's all over it. And then the women's leaders, we had Nicolette Griffioen coming through there in 53 minutes. Simone Milan confirmed in 2nd, so that is great. And just about a minute back, Naomi Brandt in 3rd. She's very hot on the heels of Simone. And Kerry-Ann Marshall just 30 seconds back. And Nicole Abma from Canada, it looks like, in 5th position, just a couple of minutes behind Kerry-Ann. So those are your top 5 male and female leaderboards as they round Lions Head and are on their way on this lovely, easy downhill above Fresnay, on their way back towards Kloof Neck. These men have done about 14 Ks now. Just 156 to go.
Easy.
One of my classic comments that you reminded me of earlier was in the Comrades, apparently one year, Alan Robb, who was a 4-time winner and legend of the Comrades in the late 70s and early 80s. Before Bruce Fordyce came on the scene, was well known to have said at about 25 Ks into Comrades, in the lead pack, he said, guys, well, it looks like we're just about on the starting line of the equivalent of the Two Oceans Ultra Marathon, and the whole pack just split up in a total mess because he conceptually just freaked them all out.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah,
that's amazing.
I like that. So this is a particularly tricky little section because you're going to get all these roots of these blue gum trees. Imagine I ran this earlier. And every single time you have to really concentrate coming through here. But look how beautiful it is. The sun setting through the trees. You're just flying above these big mansions of Fresno and Clifton. Sun setting over the Atlantic Ocean. And life is good. On the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the visual of the aerial sort of visual of the scenery there above. If you look at that little pin of Adrian McDonald, he's right above Clifton Beach there. And now we're back to the first woman, Nicolette, who is just tapping away nicely here up Pat's track. Doing very well.
The queen of pacing, I think I would say, is Nicolette. Every year, she comes from behind, and this year she's taking it out in the lead, but she doesn't look like she's pushing anything out of her comfort zone. Yeah. So maybe everyone else is also just starting quite cautiously.
That looks like a very sensible pace that she's on there.
For sure. So I definitely think that she's still running her own race. But I wouldn't want to be running at the back end of a 100-mile race with Nicolette behind me because she is a diesel engine.
Yeah.
She's slow to start, but finishes always incredibly strong. So very, very impressive athlete here, and great to see her out front this early in the race.
Yeah, and Papa G here on the comments
Papa G
giving us some excellent intel, which I totally agree with. These leaders make it look so easy. These climbs are relentless and the route is pretty technical in places, but you don't see that while watching them. And that's just exactly it. These athletes are giving us a masterclass in how to make it look easy and doing very hard things. So yeah, agree with that.
This is not kilometer 5. Please don't be fooled by that. We are probably about 12 or 13 kilometers. I'd probably say closer to 13 kilometers into this race now, and they are very close to hitting that first crewed aid station where they see their crew for the first time, and they will probably be doing some sort of kit change or jacket being put on, headlamp getting put on their heads, because they will be heading up that Kloofneck corner. Where hopefully the vibes are good. I'm sure they are. They always are.
Yeah.
But up onto that contour path and heading onto Table Mountain.
Are we still with Nicolette?
Still with Nicolette here. She has got a bottle in hand. She's fueling. Again, she's quite exposed in the sun there, so I'm sure she's feeling that heat.
Yeah, this gives you a really nice sense of what's happening, and a great aerial sort of bird's eye view of the first section of the race that we've been with for the last hour and a bit. Okay, it's actually a bit complicated. There's a lot going on there.
There's a lot of names up there, but very cool to see. You know, I think it's a great representation actually of how close all of these runners are. And we often think that 100-mile races are, you know, everyone gets spread out, but that's not the case here.
I've just managed to pick out one there. That's Chris Ngaka, who is definitely also one of the people to watch when you talk about a masterclass, especially in pacing. He was in second position last year and unfortunately had to drop after about 140 odd Ks. He's been on the podium the previous year, and Chris is, a big shout out to Chris. He's an incredible local athlete, and so we'll keep a beady eye on him. It looks like he's in around 5th position right now, so go Chris. And whilst it looks so lovely and peaceful where Nicolette is right now, I'm just hearing the vibrations of the studio we're in on the field in the City Bowl, and it is vibrating with that incredibly strong southeaster. So every little corner has its unique weather situation, and where they are right now, it looks just wonderful. So you just got to enjoy every little piece of calm when you get it, and prepare to deal with the wind when it comes your way, which is a guarantee.
Yeah, at least we have slightly less wind to look forward to tomorrow. So they just have to get through the night here over Table Mountain, and then hopefully be greeted in the morning with a slightly less wind. I think the overall wind is a little bit lower with some stronger gusts in the afternoon, but at least they will have some respite towards the morning when the sun comes up.
Yeah, it does look like the case.
So despite her tough year, it looks like Nicolette is still moving incredibly well. She said that she is still feeling her hamstring. It's still not 100%, but you would never guess by the way that she's moving and making these trails look incredibly easy. Again, just really taking it quite conservatively, and this early in the race, I do think that is a very wise choice.
Yeah. She's looking excellent.
Very curious to see how close behind Simone Milan is and Naomi just behind her, because going through Signal Hill, they were all relatively close together, with Simone, Naomi, and Kerry-Ann Marshall all within 30 seconds basically of each other, or between them. So a minute and a half between the three of them. So all very close together still. And Nicole Abma just behind that. Again, great to see some foreign blood in that mix there.
Yeah.
Canadian runner Nicole Abma, sponsored by the North Face. Looks like she's come from some winter, or at least does some winter activities. There's once again, my Instagram stalking has come in handy, but I see a picture with ice axes, ice picks, and climbing up what looks like a very sheer ice wall. So very talented all-round athlete. It looks like she's been in Cape Town for a little while. So great to see her here.
Yeah, some good visuals. She's definitely been doing her homework on the course.
Yeah.
So she will know exactly what's coming up.
Look, from everything I've heard of Canada, Marcel van der Merwe, local South African, moved to Canada recently, quite close to Whistler area, but she says that the trails there are pretty technical. So, I don't think Nicole is any stranger to technical, but we will see how she handles the heat, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, there's some good support for Nicolette going down at that junction by the bench onto the Lion's Head loop. She's got a nice cruisy downhill, but it is quite busy with a lot of rocks, so she just have to keep her eye on her feet here and make sure she doesn't have any little feet incidents, but she's looking excellent.
Once again, just blown away by the cinema. It's who needs to go and sit in the movie houses when you can watch this? I hope everyone's got their popcorn out. If you're not out on the route supporting everyone who's tuning in from overseas, welcome, good morning, good night, depending on where you are. Yeah, thank you for joining us, and I hope you've got some snacks because we intend to be going for at least another hour and a half until the sun sets and we can't get any more images. So stick around with us if you are here now.
Okay, so Anel is making his way very quickly towards the Glen and Kloof Neck. He's going to be there in a matter of minutes, less than 10 minutes. I wonder if Madge is on site at the Kloof Neck car park or if he's already started to make his way up to Kloof Neck. Madge, are you online? Are you around? Can you give us some intel on where you're at and what's going on there?
Not sure we've got Madge on just yet, but I believe he is around. So hopefully he will be there giving us some insight when he sees these runners either come into the aid station or at the Kloof Neck, Kloof Corner cheer zone. So hopefully we get some visuals on either one or the other of those. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Heading into the shade here, I think, yeah, you can't see too much movement in those trees, so there's definitely a little bit of pocket of respite from the wind, and I think because the sun is out, she would have been feeling quite warm, so I think heading into the shade now is definitely going to be welcome. And you can see she's got quite a bit of descending to go before a little bit of a climb back up to the Kloof Corner aid station. But a relatively runnable section of trail here, quite rocky, but mostly pretty easy going. And Nicolette is definitely taking it nice and chill, no rush there.
Yeah. Okay, so Anel is moving up through the glen here. He's just a short climb away from the Kloof Neck aid station. Yeah, this little climb is actually just runnable. He's doing quite well there actually, but he's literally a few minutes away from arriving at Kloof Neck. We'll cross the road and head up the tar to his crew, his brother I think it was and sister who are crewing him. So
yeah, it will be great to see that transition and to see what they plan to do, whether they're layering up or keeping it lightweight. But one thing's for sure, that headlamp is definitely going to be going on. We've just got news that Mayal is indeed at Kloof Corner, and if you are still thinking about going, we would confirm that it's definitely worth heading up there. There is a big group of people. It looks pretty calm. Everyone looks like they're having a vibe already. So if you want to be part of that, I would suggest heading up there rather rapidly because we've got our lead men heading up there soon. Mael, are you around? Can you give us a vibe check?
Yo, what's up, people? How are you?
We good.
Oi, oi, oi.
Catch us in. What's going on, bro?
Yo, okay, so now the positive atmosphere up here is electric. It's electric. Okay, we've got people, otherwise known as oaks, in the beautiful dialect that we have here. Oaks are everywhere. Flowers are out. There's people swilling beers. There's a million cameras up here. The sun, if I walk over here and check out, the sun is like going down, and it is just going to be this like perfect little situation, but it's unreal right now. I'm going to get up high, give you guys a bit more of a visual, but
Nice, looks epic. Keep us in the loop there. You've just patched out, but keep trying. Looks amazing. We're very excited to see everyone come running through the throng there. Yeah, keep going.
Maybe stay a bit lower. Seems like when you went high, we lost you.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely incredible scenes there on Kloof Corner. It's always such a great atmosphere. Definitely recommend heading out there tonight. And if not tonight, tomorrow morning, it'll be similar, if not even more people.
Yeah.
Get your croissant, get your cookies, get your coffee, and head up there for a morning snack and to cheer on our 100-kilometer runners coming through there.
Get your best dress up, because I'm sure there'll be a couple of dinosaurs and who knows what dressed up and ready to get into the mix there.
We've got you back, Madge. We got you back.
Or do we?
Yeah. But yeah, we were asked about the wind up on Kloof Corner, and it looks pretty calm, honestly. So you were indeed correct. A very protected little patch of trail there. So if you are wanting to go up, it's nice and calm. And here we have Anele Bans, our lead male in the UTCT here, coming across Kloofnek and heading up towards that aid station where he will see his crew for the first time. 16 kilometers into this race, and I think it's about 600, maybe a little bit more even, 900 meters of climbing.
I think it's more 600 to 700. When a couple of years ago, it was more like 900 at this point, and that was when it was 19K. So it's probably 600 to 700 they've climbed, which is still significant in the first 15 to 16Ks.
Yeah, especially when you've run it as quickly as he has.
Yeah.
They've not been slow through this at all. So very impressive time there.
Yeah.
And hopefully we get some visuals on him coming into this aid station.
It'll be great if the cameraman can keep us in the mix here whilst he comes into the aid station. Here we go.
Great to see so many people down there as well, cheering everyone on.
Yeah. Absolutely epic. Okay. Is he stopping?
Running to his crew here.
Okay, there he goes into the crewing area. Nice.
So if we can get our camera runner in close there, bottles out.
Yeah.
Those bottles look rather full, so it doesn't look like he's had too much to drink. But two new ones going anyway. Yeah. 1, 2.
Yeah.
I'm assuming
getting some looks like Fanta.
Lucozade?
Probably not. Yeah, more like Lucozade. Getting some intel from his team on who's in the mix. I wonder where Adrian is.
Yeah, we haven't seen Adrian
him yet. They might have just halved a little gap on him in the last couple of Ks. Sounds like he's coming in now. I'm hearing a bit of clapping. He's taking on lots of fluids, looking relaxed, making sure he gets his special energy shake nutrition mix in there.
I'm curious. So he might be taking some protein.
Yeah.
That would look like a protein shaker, and it wouldn't surprise me if he is taking some. In races like this, I do know that a lot of athletes do try and fuel with a bit of protein as well.
Yeah.
Curious to see how that plays out. But
okay, he's out of here. His crew walking him onto the next section of the course.
Still got that Lucozade in his hand.
Yeah.
No pain.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah.
This is what it's about.
It takes a village. And he's going to head up on that brand newly beautifully constructed path, which used to be an absolute story. And just shortcut the hairpins up onto the Kloof Corner Trail, getting out his poles. He's a very organized runner, I must say. So far, showing absolute professionalism in everything he does, like no panic. Getting the food in onto the poles straight away, like he knows the course well.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
Shout out to Friends of Table Mountain, who are the guardians of our trails. With the support of very special donors, they have been able to maintain a lot of the trails around Table Mountain.
Yeah.
One of which is the beautiful staircase that Anele has just gone up. That used to be incredibly rutted and washed away. Pretty dangerous section of trail, actually, with some very dodgy looking things sticking out of the ground. So we're incredibly grateful for all of the trail users. Thank you, Friends of Table Mountain, for doing what you do. You make these trails beautiful and runnable and very well maintained. Absolutely. So thank you very much.
And also a big shout out to Andy Davies, who is actually driving that whole process in his spare time on the outside of a full-time job. Just incredible. So to Andy and the team, loving your work. Yeah, and I know they've been preparing sections of the trail that these 100 milers are going to run all over the peninsula during tonight and tomorrow. That looks like Doug Pickard.
Yeah, that does indeed. So either we've missed Adrian coming through there, Adrian MacDonald, who was in second position, or Douglas Pickard has just come through a little bit earlier than expected. Yeah. But they were very close together, Anele and Adrian, so I would be surprised if there's been that much of a gap opened up unless something has happened.
Douglas is getting a very professional valet there. His crew was wiping his face down, his neck, getting him nice and fresh, and off he goes. Downed half a bottle of pink-looking liquid, and away he goes.
Special sauce.
Yeah. So there's the trail. You can see the poles they've put in. That just used to be a sliding mess. It's very cool. Anele getting up into the mix there, and he'll pop out onto the tar shortly.
What's your special sauce? What do you go for race day fuel?
I am pretty old school. I've dabbled with all sorts of things. And I've kind of gone back to real food.
Okay.
I'm more like a sort of mushy avo on ciabatta, sourdough sandwich.
That sounds very bougie.
Or Marmite and cheese on a white government loaf.
Okay.
Nuts, biltong, and not so big. I've dabbled a bit with Tailwind. Doesn't always agree with me, so that's as far as liquid goes, but I more stick to water and real food. Yeah.
Very, very interesting. So no pink liquids for you then?
No.
Okay, so indeed we had Anele Bans through Kloof in first position in 1:32.14, and Adrian MacDonald, we unfortunately missed going through that aid station. He was just behind in 1:33.43. So they probably were in the aid station and overlapped a little bit at the same time. But unfortunately, we didn't have a visual on that. And then we saw Douglas Pickard in third position going through that aid station as well. So all three men moving through that nice and quickly as they head up to Kloof Corner, where that incredible vibe that Mael is showing us a little bit later, hopefully.
Yeah. Nele on his way up there, so that will be soon. Got a message from my daughter asking when dinner is. So good luck with that, Izzy.
Dinner's on the credit card and Uber Eats tonight.
Yeah, no, there's a full fridge. If she does that, there will be trouble.
Very cool split screen here. We've got first woman, Nicolette Griffium. She is coming around the corner here. She'll be heading, she's maybe got a little bit of climbing before she drops down to the glen, where she's got a final little kick before she hits that aid station. And hopefully we'll get some splits then on second, third, and fourth, which we think is pretty close behind. And on the right-hand screen, we've got Anele Bans, our lead man, making his way up to Kloof Corner. Yeah, making easy work of this. Pulls out. Tiptoe. Yeah, nice and efficient looking style here.
Yeah, and this little section is also deceptive. It goes on and on. There's a few switchbacks in the beginning, and you think it's, oh, this is pretty cool. And then you get to that long stretch of rock cage steps that I have counted so many times, and they never get easier.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my word.
At least when they get to the really steep bit right at the end, they're going to have the energy of the crowd up there to help them up. But I can guarantee during training runs when you get there, you're not running that. That's basically a wall that you hike on your hands and your feet.
No, absolutely. And in fact, it's quite a tough one today because they're going to get, like you say, carried away with the crowd and probably overdo it. It's quite easy to feel like a superhero and run way too, or even power hike too hard there. But the trick is this long straight bit that he hasn't quite got to. After the next couple of corners, it's going to be stretching out in front of him, and you can see he's already gone down to a little power hike. And once he gets to the rock cages, then he knows he's about halfway through to that switchback. But keeping it real, good skill, good man. Madge, how are things there? Are you online?
Doesn't seem like we've got eyes on Madge's feed, but I don't think we are going to tune into him just yet. We'll probably wait until we get closer to our lead man coming through there. But we've got our top 5 men through that Kloofneck aid station, with Mark Winter coming in at 5th position. So interestingly, actually, Douglas Pickard was not 3rd. Admire was in 3rd position, just a couple seconds back from Adrian McDonald. So 1, 2, and 3 all within a minute and a bit of each other. So very, very close together. And then a couple minutes back, 2 minutes back from that, not even, a minute and 10 seconds back from that, we had Douglas Pickard in 4th and Mark Winter, one of our early leaders, up there in 5th position, going through that Kloofneck aid station in 1:37.
Tony, what do you think of Alexi's strategy this year? Twice in a row, he's run from the front, from the gun, and won this race. We haven't seen him this afternoon.
This is very, very true. I'm actually curious to see where he is in this ranking. So I'm going to go and find him. But, oh, there we go. Kloofneck, he went through in 6th position. So he's around.
Okay.
And again, only a couple minutes back from this lead group. So, you know, maybe he's taking it out a little bit slower. Maybe he's learned from previous years to conserve a bit of energy before heading over Table Mountain. Last year, he definitely looked quite tired coming around into Noordhoek after that stretch of beach. Yeah. So I think maybe he's running a little bit more conservatively in the beginning here, but you never know. Maybe this lead group is just taking it out quite hard, and he's at his max at the moment. So you never know. I think we will wake up tomorrow morning to find all sorts of shaking up happened.
Yeah. I think it's also very wise. He doesn't, you know, he knows the drill. Doesn't need to be on the front.
Yeah.
You can just watch what's happening from a little distance, and he's sort of in the mix. So it's a perfect race strategy, I think.
Yeah. As we've seen in the PT55 today, local knowledge and knowledge of the race really pays off.
Yeah.
So it seems like he's using that to his advantage as well.
Yeah, so you can see here, Anele, he is about to hit the rock cages, still just chipping away there. We've got, wow.
That's
okay.
Simone Milan.
Up to the lead. Yeah.
There we go. We've got first and second women together.
Wow. Just dropping into the glen here. Oh, wow, okay, so that's super tight. She's really just pulled up to Nicolette in the late part of the afternoon here.
Looks like we might even see a little overtake, although
Yeah.
Simone really doesn't look like she's trying to make a move.
No.
She's just running her pace and what's comfortable, and I think that. Oh, we've got Madge. We can hear he's got visuals on Anele.
I think a bit early. He might be still a bit down the slope, but Madge, patch us into what's going on there. I don't know if he's hearing us.
Well, hopefully we can switch to him as soon as we get visuals on that. But we can see it. The vibe on Kloof Corner is incredible. And while we wait for Matt to tune in with his feed, we will be watching Simone and Nicolette make easy work the Kloof Corner aid station.
The blue hat. Just see that blue hat. Hey, bro. Yeah. I'll trade
We
you.
can hear
They look good. They look comfortable.
bells
You got it.
around, so we know that Madge is there. Hopefully we can get his feed up on the big screen when Anele comes through there, as well as Adrian and the rest of the top men. But for now, we are watching Simone catching up to Nicolette on this climb up to that first aid station at the Elfin Trail. Here we go. I think he's rounding one of the last corners. He's got one more switchback after this before he heads up the steep wall of Kloof Corner. So Madge will be getting eyes on him very soon, and hopefully we can get that feed with him coming up through the crowds there.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. He's put his poles away. So he's kind of done the work on this climb. And he's on the last couple of runnable switchbacks, which are not as steep, and then he'll have just hands on knees for that frothing section, which is all the people.
And while we wait for that visual, we have got a little overview of what they've just run through. You see Nicolette, Naomi, and Simone Milan all together in the screen, heading towards that aid station at Kloof Neck, and our men going up towards Kloof Corner. We will be back after a very quick break, and we will bring some images of the vibes. Stay tuned, and we will see you soon. This is RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. A celebration of challenge and of the landscapes that surround us. RMB joined as title sponsor in 2022, and the partnership has helped shape the identity of UTCT, creating moments, traditions, and memories that define the event today. Here, on the trails of our city, every bell rings of promise, and every year, together, we go further.
And he he is going to be the winner of the 2024. An amazing performance. She's going to be facing the finish line of the Trans-Gran Canaria Classic.
I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line. Gorge, 2024 champion. I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line. Gorge, 2024 champion.
Every time he's
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Welcome back, welcome back. We are here at Kloof Corner where we have seen our top men come through. This is our first man, a replay of this moment. You can just see the stoke of everyone up there and how much energy it gives the athletes here. I mean, normally we would not recommend running up these stairs, but when there's so many incredible people around cheering you on, it gives you a bit of a hero mentality.
Wow. And Lele would respond to that.
Yeah.
Front runner that he is.
Very, very cool to see him make such easy work of that.
He pre-decided when he put those poles away.
Yeah, he knew he was going to be running up there.
Wow.
And he's making quick work of this as well. And here we have Nicolas Griffillon and Simone Milan heading into the aid station at Kloof Nek. They are getting their water refilled and just getting ready for the evening here. We also have Jock Green in the back there getting his crew sorted.
Yeah. Another ex-cyclist turned ultra runner.
There we go.
So there he is, very tall, very live, and great to see Jock back in the mix, chatting to his crew. Simone in the background, very busy with food and putting her torch on, which is a first amongst all the people we've seen come through the aid station.
Yeah. Also, first person to look like she's putting on additional layers. There was buff going on her head, the head lamp going on. So yeah, great to see the different strategies at play. Not many of the other athletes that we've seen go through that aid station have prepared for the night. So yeah, interesting to see the different strategies and tactics going on. Madge, are you there? Can you hear us? Doesn't seem like it, but we will be with this Kloof Nek camera now, waiting for him to let us know when we have our next runners coming through. So this is Anele Bans, our lead man. He's on the contour path heading towards the infamous Platteklip Gorge.
Yeah.
Very steep. It's about 700 meters of elevation gain over just a few kilometers. I think it's around 2.5.
This is about 2.5. This is one of my favorite stretches of trail in Cape Town. You have these epic views above the city bowl. It's a real actual contour.
Yes.
It is not completely flat, but it's fairly flat. And what I love about it is it's pretty technical with these slabs of sandstone that you jump on and off. And if you ever great visuals here of Douglas Pickard just feeling like a rock star as he comes through the spectator zone there with the mountain men. And you can see if you're watching Anele here that it's tricky, but there's a great segment if you ever want to go for it and put your pedal down in the middle of a short run. It's a great little stretch to run until you get to the base of the board.
I think it's also the kind of trail that if you know it, it's still possible to find some sort of flow on here.
Yeah, if you don't, it's challenging.
Yeah,
for
if
sure.
you don't know this trail, it becomes very tricky. It's quite chunky.
Yeah.
It can be quite jarring and jolting to find the rhythm. Know this trail if you know what you're up against.
Yeah.
Great to hear the background noise of that cliff corner. It's really always such great energy there. I absolutely love it. This is Avery Collins of the USA. I'm not sure if he is still there, but he was in Silverton, Colorado. Alexei Tolstenko, our 2024 champion, just behind him, heading up through this cliff corner section of energy. Not sure what else to call it.
No,
Section of energy. It's not very poetic, but it gets the job done.
And who's that coming through there?
Is that not Mark Winter?
I think
Yes.
it is, yeah.
I remember the
fell
mutt.
flat on his face. Shame. It's a lot going on.
Yeah.
A lot to deal with.
Talk about
Yeah, that's
sensory overstimulation from the wind. Let's talk about the people too.
Yeah.
One of the technical sections on this contour path here.
Yeah.
And this is also when we will start struggling a little bit with the signal. So if you do see your picture is pixelated, with the wind and this part of the mountain does tend to be a little bit patchy with the signal. But hopefully we will keep bringing you beautiful images, cinematic images. But bear with us if we do get a little bit pixelated. But we are trying our best. Our camera runners are doing their best. The production's doing their best, and I think pretty dang good.
Yeah.
Pretty
Absolutely.
dang good.
So here we back to the duo. What's turning into a bit of a duo here with Jock Green shadowing Nicolette. They sort of seem to be in a bit of a mini peloton. They have been for the last quite a few Ks actually. It'll be interesting to see if Simone is with him. I didn't see whether she exited the aid station together with them. Definitely did catch up with them just by the time they hit Kloof Neck.
And just to point out, we actually had a little conversation about this earlier because we were unsure, but Nicolette Griffioen is not sponsored by Hookah. She is still, in fact, with Innovate South Africa and Sunto.
Yeah.
So apologies for that small mistake, but shout out to her sponsors who allow her to do the incredible things that she does, Sunto and Innovate.
Absolutely. I think she's been with Innovate for a number of years. I remember getting a pair of Innovates back in the day. A very interesting shoe, quite minimal. So she's been in that mix for a while. Up they go.
That's massive.
Oh, we talk about how is that here?
Yeah.
Lion's head in the background, sunset over the ocean there. Man, oh man, isn't Cape Town a place?
Yeah, it's showing off right now. I'm just looking through the comments to find my name of the day or handle of the day. Martin on Mountains is pretty good. Any other contenders? Papa G.
Papa G,
Gotta be up there.
I think Papa G takes it for me.
I'm just scrolling back up.
Yeah, buddy.
This is that section that you were talking about where it's endless. You look up ahead of you and you just see stairs disappearing into the distance.
Yep.
And it's quite a tough section because the stairs are not evenly spaced, but they're also not close enough together. So you have to take quite large, quite powerful steps, which makes it incredibly tiring.
Yeah, it's a two-step situation for me. I do 2 steps per stair.
So if you're hiking it, it's okay because you can take double steps. But if you're running, it's almost
tempted.
You want to try and sometimes you want to do that one. But I think even the double step when you're running is great. Rather tiptoe up there versus taking those big, powerful moves. This early in the race, that's just not advisable.
Yeah.
But when you're hiking, much easier, but still just an awkward distance, and definitely not an easy thing to do.
Who's that coming through there now?
Oof. Not
didn't get a race number.
Sure. There's a race number under his shirt there, so missed that one.
Okay, I've got the name of the day. Smurf 8 Frog.
Well, there we go. I'm still gonna go with Papa G.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Smurf
still
8 Frog, are you still online? Papa G. Okay, you guys are in there. I'm still scrolling up, but I'm going with 8 Frog.
Both great handles.
Yeah. Okay, nearly getting closer and closer to Platteklip. In the lee of the wind here. Still quite pleasant right under this big cliff face. Running the slabs.
Oh, yeah, just gain another acknowledgement of the cameraman. Thank you, Illy DeVet, for bringing it up. But we have repeatedly just given them shouts out. I think we're always in awe of what they are able to do. Like she says, keeping up with these runners is no mean feat. To do it with a camera in their hand and make cameras pointed in the right direction, not falling on their faces. These guys are absolutely incredible, and they probably end up running ultra marathons every day for the days that we do the feed. So really incredible jobs.
Huge kudos.
Yeah, if you see a camera runner, give them a high five, give them a big cheer. They absolutely deserve it. Without them,
Give them a hug, give them a beer.
Yeah, we wouldn't have these images.
It looks like Anele is approaching very close to Platteklip, which is one of the big climbs of this race. It's going to go from this contour up a good few hundred meters. It's about 2.5 kilometers of running in a zigzag valley up a steep gorge. For those of you who don't know it, it's legendary for being difficult and unending. And very steep, even though there's a zigzag path that goes up the middle, so that will pop them out eventually on the top of Table Mountain, where they will go along the front face of the mountain, which is definitely going to be quite challenging in the evening. Not get blown off there, and head for McClear's Beacon. Here comes Nicolette, keeping it real and starting to enter the fan zone, getting tons of support along the way. Couple more switchbacks and she will be up in the froth up. You can see the silhouette of Lion's Head just starting to cover the city bowl, so we're in the last hour of sun here. Nice long summer days in Cape Town, down in the southern hemisphere here. Sun only setting at around 7:45, 8 o'clock. So the temperature now will just be ideal for running. Cooled down a lot since this morning. It's 19 degrees. The sun's not as punchy as it was. There's just still a bit of a breeze. And up they go.
So we have our we've got a bunch of women, top 7 women through that Kloof Neck aid station.
Okay. What was the ranking there?
So nothing much has changed. Nicolette Griffin still in first. Simone Milan, we saw both of them going through that 8 station. Naomi Brunt in third position, not even a minute behind them. Kerry-Ann Marshall a little bit back from that, about 6 minutes back from Naomi. And she is followed very closely by Nicole Abner from Canada in 1:57.22, so 2 minutes back from Kerry-Ann Marshall. And then shout out to Corinne Malcolm, 100K runner from last year, commentator from 2 years ago. She's gone through that 8 station just after Nicole in 1:58.40, so just not even a minute back from Nicole. They are very, very cool to see so many incredible women moving so quickly.
Yeah. Okay, so there they are, 1, 2, 3. Nicolette, Simone and Jock catching up with another male runner as they ascend the 200 very steep stairs to Cliff Corner. The final.
Is it 200?
Yes, I've counted them.
You counted. That's when you know it's a tough climb, when you've counted every step.
Oh yeah.
There we go. We've got Smurf 8 Frog in the chat, giving you a thanks for the shout out. Great handle, Smurf 8 Frog. Curious where that came from. Maybe you can give us the backstory to that while we watch these incredible women climb up the wall before they hit that crowd there.
Madge, are you on board there with some audio and visuals? Seem to get in the visual. If he's
Yeah. A lot is going on. There's a lot of cowbells. There's a lot of people screaming at other people. And it's really exactly what we all signed up for. So it's great. I think our first female is going to be heading up through this magic staircase pretty soon. And everyone is going to lose their mind when she comes through, which is cool. But yeah, it's incredible at the moment, incredible scene. Just exactly what we all want, you know? So here's that lead,
People sitting there with their fingers in their ears. It must be loud.
It's a lot.
Yeah, and I think that's probably why Maj's audio is a little bit struggling just a little bit to get through to us.
Yeah.
We can hear him when it's not super loud, but as soon as the bells start ringing, he's drowned out.
No chance. But look at this. There's John Perrins, a very good friend of mine, just fist pumping and high fiving these epic that come through. This is just so epic. Layers of
great.
people. Yo, what a vibe. Love this.
Yeah, man. So special, and exactly what these people need, these women and men, as they head towards Platteklip Gorge. It's one last injection of energy before they head out into solitude on the mountain this evening.
Yeah. It'll be a big night top of the Table Mountain.
Once again, shout out to our camera.
Yeah.
Looks like Nicolette has dropped back, allowing Simone to take the lead here.
Interesting. Yeah.
So Jock is out front there, and Simone now our women's race leader in the UTCT 100 miler here.
I think that's quite a sneaky power move. In the craziness there, she just stepped aside and disappeared into the crowd and probably pulled up behind them. And no one noticed.
Got eyes on the Naomi brand about to ascend the staircase right now.
Amazing. Maj, if you can chat, yeah, we can hear you when the bells aren't ringing, but all this insight is amazing. So apparently we've got Naomi Brandt coming up the stairway to heaven, as Antonio George in the comments has said. But Maj, if you want to chat, we can hopefully see you on the screen.
Yeah, no, it is a bit noisy here. Apologies about that. I tried to tell everyone to keep it down, but they didn't listen at all. We have Naomi Brand, third place female, coming up this staircase to heaven, which is amazing. So it's going to get loud again, but it is as to be expected with scenes like this. Pretty amazing. Everyone, as I was saying before, screaming at strangers, and it's a really positive experience. So it might get a bit noisy again, but
Very good. Thanks for that, Madge. Oh man, so cool.
Yeah.
Man, what
Amazing.
a special section of the race. It's a part that I know Naomi for sure looks forward to.
Yeah.
It's one of those special moments that definitely stick out in this 100 miles.
Yeah. Okay, who's this coming through now? Oh.
It's going to be great. Have a great night, eh?
I think that was Lloyd. No.
I couldn't see. Did you see a race
There's
number?
No, I didn't. But anyway, we are back with our lead woman, and yeah, as we said on this contour path, if you've run this trail a couple times, it's a relatively nice section of trail to find a bit of a rhythm. It does get broken up every now and again, but if you're feeling good, there's a certain flow that you can.
I love the new name that we have for the 200 stairs, which was my boring name. It's now been dubbed the Stairway to Heaven by Madge.
Dig it.
I dig it a lot. Yeah, that's very cool.
So on the screen, before we took over, Madge was had some eyes on Pierre Jordan, who is Nicolette Griffion's partner. So very cool. Both of them here on the race today.
Both competing. Quite a rare duo to see that in the mix.
Yeah.
And both total crushes. So we'll see how Pierre does. Definitely up there as well right now.
Naomi Brand.
Classic.
Ah, yes. Merv, I do remember you, and my mom actually talks about you a lot about and the Upper Highway Trail team. So another race, great race in Durban. Just a little shout out to that because my mom's on the organizing committee.
Yeah.
So
Tell us
very
more
cool.
about the race.
It's a race that has been going on. I think this is their 4th year, but all the proceeds go to the conservancy in the area, and it's a great local event.
Okay.
You know, classic Durban, very humid, but it takes you through some of the really beautiful conservancy areas. So,
wow. Okay.
little shout out to they've got a marathon, a half, and a 10.
Wow. Okay.
So, if you're looking for something to do towards the end of the year, it's coming up now in December.
Okay.
They are all sold out, so you can't race this year, but maybe something to do next year if you're around Durban that time of the year.
Nice. Okay, we're finally spending some time with Naomi Brand. Local legend, probably the most passionate South African one of that I know. Give us an update on where's Naomi living in the world now? I've lost track a little bit. I know she was living in New Zealand for a few years. Is she still there? Where is she?
Yep, she is still Zealand. She's still out there with Xavier. They are still living in their van. So they've done, I think, almost 4 years, if I'm not mistaken, in their van. South Islands near. So yeah, still loving it. Still thriving down there. I think still working incredibly hard. You know, long days as a vet. She's a practicing vet.
Yeah.
So it's not always easy to put in the hours that she wants to do.
Yeah.
But the most determined person, the most passionate person I know, and very, very cool to see her here back on home turf. I know that she loves coming home and misses it a lot.
Yeah.
So very, very good to see her here.
No, superb.
I love also the little blue tag on her back that you can see. It reads, "This one is for you, coach." Hashtag
really?
Flat Rock.
Nice.
So she is coached with the Flat Rock Endurance group, and her and Aaron van Eyck, he is the coach there in that partnership. But little shout out and some love to him, who has been incredibly supportive of her in this journey as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll never forget. I was at UTD the one year when Naomi won the 100-miler, tied first with the first man, 27 or something. I was just an absolute beast performance. It was just showed her grit and determination, and then I was like, wow, okay, we see you, we get you. You are badass.
Yeah, there's passion can take you a really long way in a race, or just any race really that challenges you. Has got buckets and buckets and buckets.
So I think that she's a great example of finding your why.
Yeah.
And dialing into that.
But this is a great split screen watching our first woman and our third woman here. Simone Milan on the right-hand side. A bit of a sneaky one. I think most people probably wouldn't have pegged her to be in the lead this early in the race, but certainly someone with some credentials behind her name, definitely not to be overlooked. The Whale Trail win this year, running at the CCC by UTMB. So she's definitely got some...
Not a dark horse.
No, by no means.
But she's in stellar company with the likes of and Colette. So we'll have to see what she's got come 25 to 29 hours time.
Yeah, everyone in the comments, echoing what I said a little bit earlier. This one's for you, coach. And I think that relationship between coach and athlete is incredibly special. So that is just a very, very cool shout out to the work that goes into that kind of relationship from both ends.
Am I right in saying that Naomi came second in the 100-miler last year? To carry
I think she was a little bit back than that
previous year. I just remember her coming in possibly the previous year, but completely desperate. Thought she had it in the bag, didn't quite get it. I remember Erin and her just having the most massive hug, and you could just see the depth of how much it meant to her, and it was just such a massive effort that she put in. Didn't get the win, but still put in an absolutely dogged performance. You know, those last 15Ks, 30Ks were hurting so much, and it's very impressive to see that kind of thing.
You are indeed correct. It is. She did come second last year, but got passed by Carrie-Anne Marshall, I think, fairly late into the game, which was quite difficult. But yeah, we are looking at Simone Milan, who is our leading woman here, having passed Nicolette just after Kloof Corner. Nicolette taking a quick, sneaky sidestep off the trail to let them both pass, her and Jock Green. So easy to miss, but this is indeed our lead woman still in the race. So they're still looking good here, making their way along the contour path. They've probably got another kilometer maybe to go before they start that climb up towards Platteklip Gorge.
Just spotted them. Very, very clever move.
Like I was saying a little bit earlier with Anele out in front above Adrian, there is a certain mental fatigue that comes with leading a race, and I think sometimes it's nice to not be in that position and fall in behind someone and kind of run to their pace for a little while. So I imagine that's what Nicolette did. She didn't feel comfortable being out front there this early in the race, so just took a little sidestep, let Simone take the lead for a bit, relieve some of that mental pressure, and
very smart. Yeah, absolutely. And if you think of depending on your personality, I think hunting or being hunted is it's very stressful because you're constantly second guessing how far that person is behind you, how hard do I have to push here, how hard do I have to do to work to stay in front. So definitely a smart racing move. She's got eyes on the leader. She can just slot in. So yeah, well done there, and see how that pans out up the climb. But for now, she started into the slipstream.
the base where I'll go on now, we would be, I think, fairly certain to say that Anele Bunce and our lead men have made their way or started making their way up Platteklip Gorge. We will lose signal from that speed when they start going up the gorge, just because they'll really, really bad. So unfortunately, once they start climbing up Platteklip Gorge, we won't have any more visuals. So we will hopefully get to backtrack and see some of our other runners coming through, maybe some more cameras. We just see Corinne Malcolm has just been through there, and we've got Nicole Abma from Canada, the North Face athlete. She is in 4th position, and she's just come through Kloof Corner now. 17.5 kilometers. Few kilometers along this Punto path.
Yeah, see a bit of visual of Nicole. The poles out, so she's anticipating she's going to probably be using them on Platteklip, so she might as well just keep them out for the next K2. What would you do? Packing and racking of poles skills. If you had 2.5 kilometers to run on a contour, would you have put your poles away? Or what's your take on that? Are you comfortable running with them at your side?
You know what, I am, but in this situation and up Platteklip Gorge, I probably wouldn't use them anyway. I just think it's too rocky, it's too technical.
Yeah.
The carbon at the bottom of the poles, it just slips off the rocks. So it's, for me, I would have put them away. Maybe if she doesn't know what's coming, she thinks that they will be more useful later on, or maybe she is just really comfortable using them on technical trails.
Yeah, she seems to be using them on and off here as well.
Yeah.
I remember doing the 35K 2 years ago on the Sunday. I checked my poles, just thinking that Platteklip was going to beast me, and I did actually use them, but mostly just to lean on because I was dying going up Platteklip.
Yeah, I think there's various ways that you can use poles, either just for stability and a bit more confidence, or you can use them to help relieve some of the effort from your legs.
But Platteklip is definitely for people.
Yeah.
Like you say, for you know, some people, yes, it is tough. There's a lot of those weird rocks that do not get grip, and there's not really always that much space, but it's
They are going up. They've made the turn to head up Platteklip Gorge. We'll have our camera runners following for as long as we can to get as much of this footage as we can.
So whilst we have this visual, just check it out, people. Top right, there's the cloud. They're going to go up into the mist. It's happening. The tablecloth is real, and so you can already see the wind absolutely thundering down off the top of Table Mountain there. So the protection is over, and it's time to face up to the Cape Doctor for these runners.
Awesome to see. This is Corinne Malcolm, USA runner. She is in 6th position at the moment, just taking it nice and easy after that climb up to Kloof Corner. But again, few runners we've seen who's already put her headlamp on, and I think that's potentially an experience thing, but yeah, she is prepared for the night.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. But, you know, a couple of years ago, before the route was slightly amended to, it was most of 20 k's by the time you hit Kloof Neck, and so it was pretty much dark as you hit Kloof Neck, whereas now it's sort of nice and dusk and sunset at that point, so the runners are not necessarily feeling the pressure to get organized, but I think it's a good call. I mean, she's done, when it gets dark up there, she doesn't have to frittle around, get stuff in a pack, she's sorted. So
especially considering when they're heading up Platteklip, they have that Cape Doctor funneling into their face, it's pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't want to be fumbling around in my pack or with my head to try and get something on my head, or worrying about putting on a jacket with the wind howling in my face. So I think it's definitely a good idea to prepare for that before you get there. And yeah, I think the few runners who have done that will be very grateful for that choice. We are going to be heading into a quick ad break, and then we will be back to get you those final few hours before we drop off the feed for tonight. So stay tuned, we'll see you soon.
Going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance. She's going to be facing the finish line of the Trans-Gran Canaria Classic.
I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion. I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
Every time he's
waiting for you with open arms. We welcome you here. Cape Town will remain a city of hope and opportunity for everyone.
Cape Town is open, safe and ready to host you.
This is RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. A celebration of challenge and of the landscapes that surround us. RMB joined as title sponsor in 2022. and the partnership has helped shape the identity of UTCT, creating moments, traditions, and memories that define the event today. Here, on the trails of our city, every bell rings of promise, and every year, together, we go further.
Yeah. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Hey
we
guys.
are here in the studio, me and Luke. We are with you till the end tonight while Martin catches some beauty sleep. Lucky man.
Yeah.
But we'll forgive him because he is in New Zealand and it is probably very, very early in the morning.
Yeah. So we're going to be with you till about 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. Cape Town time. And we're going to catch these awesome sunset images that you're seeing here of Kloof Corner, these rock star 100-mile runners coming through there. And who was that?
I'm not sure, but the face was great.
Yeah, nice. There's just so much excitement up there. The Cape Town locals, this has become an absolute institution at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town, the Kloof Corner grind, the Stairway to Heaven. Madge providing us with some epic visuals, and we're still getting some feed here from Platteklip Gorge, which is great.
Awesome.
As long as we can, we're going to enjoy this. The leading woman going up here, being led by the tall figure of Jock Green. So making their way up into the wind and into the stairway to hell, I guess you could probably call this.
But great to see this trail also looks like it's been really nicely maintained. All of those rocks nicely enclosed there to create a bit more of a staircase versus the just rocks strewn all over the place.
Yeah. Platteklip is actually very well designed and maintained because it gets so much foot traffic on an average day.
Yeah.
The most popular way up this mountain, if you're willing to go for it on foot and not take the cableway, so you will, so it's actually in really good shape, which is awesome. But it's basically like a giant stairmaster. That's what as you can see, these big ass rocks, you've got to really hitch every step up with your feet, lift those knees, and it just keeps coming at you like that.
And not only are you fighting the staircase and gravity, but now you've also got a pretty strong headwind pummeling you from above. So it's a really tough climb, not made easier by the wind.
Time for the ski goggles, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think we were chatting earlier, and you said, and I think 100% agree, your eyes take such a beating in the wind like this, and maybe ski goggles aren't exactly the answer, but definitely protecting your eyes with sunglasses or just glasses, just to keep them out of the wind, keep them from getting debris in them.
Yeah, could be quite a win.
Yeah, definitely something to consider.
Yeah.
Perpetual Stairmaster. If you don't live in Cape Town and you don't have access to trails that have big steps like this, if you live somewhere in the Alps or in America where the trails are buffed out and smooth, it may not be fun. But if you want to prepare for this race, go to the gym and hit that Stairmaster, because it will prepare you well for these big steps.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't have the long 7-kilometer grind uphills that you find in the Alps, but ours are shorter and steeper, and you're witnessing it right now.
Yeah, shorter, steeper, and with bigger steps.
Yeah.
It's a much more powerful athlete that succeeds here in Cape Town, I think, versus the efficiency of the athletes that come from overseas, especially those who do have access to those very long runnable climbs. You develop a very big aerobic engine in those situations, but often this is very challenging in a different way. It's much more physically demanding, and that while the aerobic engine is there, maybe the muscular endurance is not. And I think that's why we see very different athletes succeeding in Europe versus in South Africa.
Yeah. Great insight. Totally agree with that. Look at that golden light just tickling the edge of Kloof Corner there. Sun's pretty much on its way into the ocean. Glorious scenes of the last bits of the day in the City Bowl here. And we're still getting the live feed from Platteklip, which is awesome.
It's so cool. I don't think we've had a feed this high up before, so amazing to see, especially with the wind pumping like this. Very, very cool that we've still got signal on these runners. And I think we've just spoken too soon.
Yeah,
Seems
it's
to
about
have
to
paused.
cut.
So we are back with the vibe at the Stairway to Heaven. Still so many people out there cheering on these runners, and we will probably see them up there until dark, and then see a line of headlamps walking down the trail later on as well.
Yeah.
But we've got an hour now until that cutoff point at that first aid station at 16 kilometers, Kloof Neck. So we should still probably see a lot of athletes coming through here still.
Yeah. The one guy up ahead there has actually chosen to use his poles, so there you have it, different styles for different folks. I remember one of the challenges of using poles here is you don't want to get them stuck in those rock cages, so you really have to be super careful where you place every pole.
Oh yeah, no, for sure I would break my poles if I was using them up there. I'm clumsy with them as it is.
Okay, very cool. A few more runners coming here. The flashes are coming out. The beers are going down. The vibe is still thick with positive energy here on the Stairway to Heaven.
Many high fives being thrown.
Oh, epic.
And
so cool.
I did predict a pretty epic sunset, did I not? And
You did.
I would say that's a pretty epic sunset.
Yeah.
I'm going to claim that one.
Nice one. Well done. Yeah, it's looking beautiful out there.
I mean, it wasn't a difficult prediction to make because we get so many incredible sunsets here. So I'm not going to take too much credit for that. But yeah, Cape Town, as usual, putting on a real show for us. It's very easy to have an amazing live feed when you've got such beautiful scenery to show.
Yeah. Let's see if we can recognize some of the runners coming through here. He's doing well, looks tired. I'm hoping to see Hayden Hobbs, who's done every single one of the 100 milers. He might have already come through, I'm not sure. A few other locals, Will Battersby, Duncan Gilmore, I'm hoping to see just popping up there through the Stairway to Heaven. We haven't seen them yet. We'll keep our eyes peeled.
And we are still on Platteklip Gorge. This is absolutely incredible because they are maybe a third of the way up now, maybe a little bit less. They're kind of heading into that final chute where the switchbacks get a little bit shorter and a little bit steeper.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely amazing that we still have signal here. So very, very big shout out to our camera runner who is once again keeping up with these incredible women up front here.
Yeah. Hard to film when you've got both your hands on your knees. Very impressive.
Maybe he's got the one with the mouth.
He might have got invested in the mouthpiece.
Yeah. Keep your hands free on technical trails in Cape Town. Or, you know, the chest strap. That could also work.
The chest strap would be a winner. We haven't seen anyone using that yet. You see Nicole's taking I actually quite like using the rock cages when I'm here. It's actually kind of weirdly satisfying. They sort of just merge together and it's quite a nice place to be on the outside of the path when they're around.
Yeah, I definitely would choose those caged rocks over the other trail often in this situation as well.
Yeah, there she goes again.
Papa G's got a question for us in the chat.
Yes,
for people who don't have access to these big steps of Platteklip Gorge, would you say that cycling at a low cadence and a high gear helps to prepare you for the terrain?
Sure. Can I try and answer that?
Please go for it.
I would say no. You got to do the work, grind those quads. It's a quad thing. You've got to get that high step up. So yeah, my opinion would be no. You really have to do the work and go up real actual steps to feel the burn in those quads. But good question.
I'm probably going to disagree with you
okay.
Honestly. You know, I think to an extent, yes, there is a certain level of like just having to do it to be prepared for it. And that's why the Stairmaster is actually good because you can take them two at a time and get that simulation of changing step height, you know, maybe taking two at a time and then going one at a time and then doing double speed or something. So you can definitely replicate the the type of terrain that you're going to get here.
Yeah.
But so much of it is also just a muscular strength and an endurance thing. And I think at a low cadence, with a really high gear where you're pushing high watts at a low cadence, I think really simulates the power needed to take on steps like this. So if you don't have access to a Stepmaster or trails like this, I definitely think the bike is a great place to build that muscular endurance and power needed to take on trails.
Yeah.
Maybe doing that standing up as well.
Yeah, like in a sprint position.
Yeah, could also help.
Yeah, my only, I agree with you, actually, you've convinced me. But the only problem I foresee there is that how long can you push out, what's in that situation? Like, that is super tough. So you might have to go for intervals.
Yeah.
To just survive it, because you can't possibly do a long effort like this, which is great. Interval training, as we know, is a tried and tested epic way to really build muscle strength, and that would work.
Yeah, look, there's no single way to train for anything, and I think everyone has their way, and everyone only has access to what they have access to, right? So you need to make work what you have.
Yeah.
And if you don't have access to Table Mountain and Platteklip Gorge to prepare, we get creative.
Yeah.
And hope that works. Strength training is also great. We hate it as trail runners, don't we? But it's another great way to prepare for this.
Yeah, you can do standing squats in your garage. Hundreds of those, and that will definitely help you, and you don't need a bicycle for that. And I see that Adrian is back. He's still hydrating, 1 beer, 1 water on his couch, and he is the sandal guy. And he says he cycles purely with a single speed. This dude is... And there's our Mount Duplessis coming up the stairway to heaven.
Love it.
Look at him go. That is superb.
Big shout out to Armand. He is a guy usually behind the scenes, usually working actually on this live feed on the tech side of things. So it's so great to see that this year he can finally be out on that trail and to soak it up.
Yeah. Wonderful. So stoked that we saw Armand. I mean, the list of what he has accomplished in trail land is long and stellar.
Yeah.
So great to see him back out in the mix. 100 mile is his game. The longer the better, the harder the better. He just loves it. Stopping for a chat, soaking up the vibe. So awesome to see Armand out there.
Grabbing a sandwich? What is that?
I don't know. Oh, is that Brundle?
That's Brundle.
Yeah, Brundle's always got time for a chat. It looks like it's almost a slushy. What are those things called?
Yeah.
Which you used to get at the school cafe.
A squish?
It's got like Friezo juice in there. Look at him. He's even supporting other runners. Look at this man. Or maybe is he running? I actually don't know if he's running 100 mile.
I think he might.
It kind of looked like he was. We'll have to double check on if he's in the mix. But I wouldn't even surprise me if he stopped for a chat and then cheered someone else on before he headed up again.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me either.
Yeah. Here's the next one coming through.
No, I love following the lead athletes out, really showing us how professional the sport is becoming. But it's so great to also get visuals of the guys coming through slightly further back in the pack. The energy, the smiles, the real community feeling is absolutely incredible. So it's so great that we get to see that as well as our lead athletes.
Yeah. Okay, maybe Brundle is not in this race. He's still there.
It looks like
he
he's
might
also
even
got
have
a beer in his hand. Still probably wouldn't surprise me if he was.
No, true. Let's keep an eye on him.
Oh, that's amazing. But it seems like we have finally lost our feed going up Platteklip.
Yeah.
So that was the final visuals that we have of our lead women heading their way up to the top of Table Mountain. So I think we will be watching a few more of our athletes coming through here, but we will probably be closing out relatively soon.
Yeah, you can see the crowd has dwindled a little bit. People are starting to make their way down so they can just get back to their cars and houses before it's totally dark. Here comes someone with a massive pack on his back.
That is a very big pack.
Yo. Fully loaded for the big night ahead. Good man.
Oh, yeah. Alrighty, so we are wrapping up for tonight and starting with a race recap from the Ultra-trail Cape Town UTCT 100 mile race. We started here at the race village at 5 p.m. this afternoon, or this evening. with a very conservative looking start. And yeah, it was great to see all of these guys heading out relatively conservatively until Anele Barnes decided to speed things up and make things a little spicy.
He certainly did. Once they got into the trails somewhere just after here, he just put the front burners on and kind of dropped everybody, but that didn't last long. As you can see, Adrian caught up with him, but he didn't like that, so he overtook him again.
What we've learned in these first couple hours of racing is that Anele Barnes does not like being overtaken.
Yeah. He's still in the lead as far as we know. These are the scenes of them coming off Signal Hill. The leading woman coming down off Lion's Head towards the Krumnat. You can see the Spine Trail. And then this was around the sweeping Atlantic seaboard side, and there he goes back into the lead.
It's absolutely, incredible seeing the back and forth of those lead runners as they did their loop around Signal Hill and Lion's Head. Yeah. It actually looked like Adrian was in the aid station at the same time as Anele, and we just missed it. But great to see them going through there super quickly, super smoothly. These were our lead two women at the time, Nicolette Perfume and Simone in the back there. And then the vibe.
The vibe corner. Vibe check was massive. Doug Pickard just double fists in the air, just absolute pure. Very cool to see all of this happen. Great support up there for these runners before they headed off into the big fluffy cloud at the top of Table Mountain.
Yeah, and this is where we saw that overtake happen, where Nicolette Perfume just took a quick sidestep, allowed Simone to take the lead so that she could maybe have a little bit of a mental break before they started their climb up towards the top of Table Mountain, up the legendary, or infamous, I should say, Platteklip Gorge. And there you have it.
There you have it, the top 10 leaderboard. The female rankings.
Yeah, great to see again a nice spread of South African and international athletes. Nicole Abma from Canada, Corinne Malcolm, the USA, Lenka Polakova. I'm gonna.
Yeah, you nailed it, I think.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Is that Slovakia?
Not
Poland?
entirely sure.
Excuse my lack of flag knowledge. I will be sure to check
brush
that.
Up.
Yeah, brush up on that. And Audrey Lawrence from the USA as well. And an incredible array of local South African women who are really stepping up to the plate on a very internationally represented field. So very cool to see.
Saveta Becker, do you know her?
I do. She actually trains with the Flat Rock group as well. So an incredibly strong woman. Very cool to see her in that top 10 as well. And on the men's side, incredibly spicy start to the day. And Anele Barnes taking out really hot with Adrian McDonald, the US resident, following up behind that. Admire in third, Douglas Pickard and Mark Winter rounding out our top 5. And Alexei Tolstenko still in there in 6th position. He's our previous champion, so it's going to be exciting to see what he does. And again, an incredible array of South Africans and internationals.
It's pretty even split on both the leaderboards, you know, kind of almost 5-5 South Africans and internationals. So just such an incredible mix.
Yeah, very
lovely
cool
to see that. Yeah.
So we are going to be finishing our live today. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Yeah, awesome, guys. A quick shout out before I go to Ben, Adrian's son, who's running the shred sometime this weekend. Go, Ben. And guys, thanks so much for tuning in. We will be back at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning to pick up where we left off and fill you in on the night's activities. Good luck to all the runners out there.
Stay safe and catch you in the morning.
He is going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance. She's going to be facing the finish line of the Trans-Gran Canaria Classic.
I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion. Our top place was Stan through the cattle guard and towards the finish line. Gorge, 2024 champion.
Every time he's going to lap now.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
So.
Champions, do you ready? And it's been okay in commentary.
Right?
What's the win predicted there? Not going to be bad.
I don't know.
Ready?